And
Be advised, the suspect is armed and considered extremely dangerous.
Welcome to the Safety Doc Podcast with author, radio host, and nationally recognized safety expert, Dr. David Perrodin. Join us each week as we discuss the best and most bizarre practices in safety preparation and crisis response. Follow Dr. Perrodin on Twitter at SafetyPhD. And remember, the truth will keep you safe.
hey everybody, it's your good friend Dr. David from the Safety Doc, and I am trying to get the screen brand to come up, and it's not wanting to come up right now. So I'm using the brand new Logitech webcam, which is awesome, by the way, but it is messing a little bit right here with my show logo. So let me just mess with this a second. And why won't this come up? So that works. So I have a StreamYard, so this stuff works. And this is really strange, guys. I don't know. It won't show the background. So the show image, well, I guess there's a way to address that. It's weird. Well, let's do it this way. It didn't react very well to the new camera. I had to restart it a few times. So, but let's do this. So here's our show right there, the Bevans Mine. So today we're going to be doing a tour here, a virtual tour of the Bevans Mine. I'm going to tell you how I became aware of Bevans Mine. It's not very far from where I live. It's not super close to where I live, but it's not that far away. And if you are interested in history, or also, if you're a parent and have young kids and it's a rainy day, you can hop online and do a tour of Bevans Mine, and I'll show you how kids are able to navigate through this. This is a big thing for my younger daughter when schools were closed a couple of years ago. So there it is. I made that logo, Bevans Mine. So it's an image I screen captured here from doing the virtual tour, and then I did the artwork there. So yeah, believe it or not, there it is. So it should just show up, and I don't know why it won't. But so. Well, let me try something. Actually, I think I might have figured it out. Okay, yeah, it's my fault. I said wrong. All right, so a few things here. One is this is the new camera. Yes, this is a Logitech Brio. This is the the business edition, right? So I'm still doing some tweaks, but you'll probably notice like it's more precise. So that's a good thing, and I think I'm pretty good here. So yeah, maybe I'll just notch I'll tune it just a little bit here and move myself down. I can look at this. I can do this. You can see the macro of the studio that kind of goes into the other room. And yeah, so we'll bring us back to right here for right now. I'm going to bump in. There we go. So this is a cool camera. Just got to get the hang of the settings and figure a few things out. But let me do this. Hope everybody's having a good day. We are in store for some very terrific weather. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 67 to 70 and sunny each of those days. And tomorrow is 63 and sunny. So let's go over here to the chat. So Sawtooth Surfer said, "Is that Aaron Clary in the lower right-hand corner there?" Yes, the green person in the mine, kind of glowing down there, a little too much, a little too close to the radioactive elements of the mine. It is, yes. And I said yes. It's Betting Ballistics and Bolo. Cool, hey Bolo. And Burnaby Sanchez. Barnaby Sanchez? It's great. I love it. Mr. and Mrs. Wayne, as we were leaving home, we watched Doc. Now we're watching Doc on our way home. Look at you guys. Should be watching the road instead of watching the doc. But I guess you can make both happen. Wait till I get these huge screens in the new vehicles, right? So I was checking out, I'm not buying a new vehicle, but I was reading on some of the changes that are coming out in the 2024 models, and most of them are having massive screens. So it's Vanessa Kitty. Hey, Vanessa. And cool. So a few things. One is the studio, from a technology standpoint, is complete. The new the new cameras here today. The microphone has been going. That's the headset, and then also earlier today when I just tried out the new camera, the headset, which is new, and I kind of use that more, not necessarily for podcasts, but just if I'm meeting with somebody. Otherwise, I had my little H390, which was okay. My Logitech was like $20. It worked well. I used it a ton, but I wanted something that would be over the ear and more comfortable, because even like in 30 minutes, it was very comfortable. And so yeah, I'm ordering a frame for my doctoral degree, and then Coop is making that artwork for the back. So this camera does actively kind of follow and adjust. So I'm getting used to the lighting. So actually, I've got the front lighting on. I don't have the side lighting. So as I kind of bring in more lighting down here, I don't think that'll be nearly as much. So wow, Bending Ballistics is saying positive vibes. You pray that's okay to get the job I just interviewed for. Oh wow, absolutely. Did I get full hours yet? Well, let's start here. No, I have not received full hours. I was within 157. It hasn't updated, so I've gone in and looked, but it hasn't updated since that last time. So yes, if you are a fan of the show, right, you can subscribe. I was at 1,250 subs, and now I'm back down to 1,249, but then it shows up as 1.24K instead of 1.25. So if you know people, if you can recommend the show, recommend subscribing. You've had multiple channels you can subscribe from. That's awesome. That does help out, definitely. So yeah, we're close here on watch hours. And I think just one day, right, I'll click and it will be there. This is the closest we've been. But if you can watch, Bending Ballistics was the guest Wednesday. So this is kind of a special show. And I'm actually going to take us in to the mine, do the virtual tour, which I think is really cool. And I'll tell you how I became aware of that. And actually, there's a lot of people that don't even know about this. Not only just like the virtual tour, but the mine that live kind of nearby. So it's a cool thing. And then I'm not sure about Monday for Halloween, if we'll do a later show, because we'll trick-or-treating here until 8. And the following Monday is my birthday. So November 10th, the legal man, our attorney friend, will be on the show. And he'll be talking about citizen's arrest. On Monday, November 14th, our attorney friend Lisa Lenny will be on the show talking about the law of necessity and also the Good Samaritan law. And then November 21st, we have guest Mike Dahl, who is the head of Wisconsin esports. And he sent me a picture of an esports competition, I think at a college level, and it was happening in a 10,000 seat arena. And it was, of course, they put the stuff on the big screens, and it was amazing, right? So we'll talk about that, what it means, high school, college level, junior high. If it's a league, like you just want to participate in, right, that you're doing that. So yeah. So Vanessa I just got back from being at the VA hospital all morning. Oh my goodness. Wow. Well, glad you're back. So yeah. Mrs. Wayne says, or watching, listening. I'm on my phone. Wow. Well, thank you. Thanks for the watchers. I'm not quite sure if the streaming through StreamYard counts exactly the same as streaming through YouTube. It should, but it's kind of weird because I don't think the hours from Wednesday night show. It's our good friend from Windsor. That's in Canada, by the way. There's also Township of Windsor, which is about 25 miles from me. It is super pilotish. Popping in to say hi, hey buddy. Saw that you released a show today. I haven't checked it out yet. It was on memory and learning. So, and then you again had the from the thumbnail, it appears to be a poisonous red snake. So, but yeah, I will check that out. So it did pop up. So very cool. Graham was a guest on the show, so you can go back at safetyphd.com and find that show in video, of course, on YouTube here. Also, audio and a blog post. I logged in the other day to my web page, and all of the stuff on the right was gone, which wasn't that much stuff. It was my books and then an archive of the shows. But so in some update, it took that out, which was pretty disheartening because I am not good at working on web page. If you're good, if you're like, hey doc, I'd be willing to like update your web page on WordPress and stuff through GoDaddy, let me know. But yeah, actually my website probably should have some type of effort to make it more modern. But so I went in and I was able to retrieve those in it was a folder, like, I don't know if it was unused or whatever, unused side things. And I had to like put them back one by one and resize them. And it's okay. It's not great. But the whole site probably needs somebody, right, to go in who's good at that. I mean, all the content is there. So I don't think that's a big issue. It's more or less, they need to, I think, brighten it up and refresh the theme, because, well, here's my my website. And another thing is, if you're trying to print anything off the website, that's just a bad deal, because it's white on black. So it's going to kill your printer. So share screen. This is my website, right? So I'm going to fly Graham off this page. It's Graham Wilson of the Super Piloted Show. Please check out Graham. Has informative, great content. Great guy. I love the show you did in your garage. And then Graham's like, yeah, and you take a broom and you drill a hole in the handle and you hang it up, and then the bristles don't bend. Like every broom I have in my entire house, the bristles are bent because the broom is on the, propped up against the wall or whatever. So then the bristles go. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. So I, took my drill out and I was like, bzz, bzz, bzz. Kind of too late now. It's not like it's going to restore back to the non-bent. But I'm like, just a little piece of string in there and just to hang it up. I mean, just crazy. I mean, crazy great. The guy's always throwing stuff out there. He's like, here's another trick, right? Here's how to weld with a 9-volt battery and 2 nickels. I didn't know you could do that. So, well, part of a plane with it. Mostly successful too. So this is my website, which was built for me by a friend like 8 years ago. So, and at that time, we also generated this Safety Doc logo. So it looks good. I mean, he did a great job on it, but it's aged, right? So this was all gone on the right. And if you click here, it goes to the book, and I can't get these two to be the same size. And here are the archives, but every blog post is here. So the thing is, right, though, the background is black and the text is white. So if you're trying to print any of this off, and it doesn't really allow itself to be printed off, and it's okay. Again, what I'm worried about, right, is I don't want anybody to go in here and be like, oh yeah, and then this is suddenly gone, because that would be pretty devastating to lose 192 blog like 500 pages worth of content, which I mostly have on drives that I upload. But once it's in here, I might go in and do little adjustments that then aren't represented somewhere else. But so I don't know. If anyone's interested and wants to take that project on, and you're good at technology, you have a good heart, and you're a good person, let me know, because I can, through GoDaddy, extend the rights to somebody. But I don't know, unless you're like, oh God, the site's really good. It should have my middle initial up here too, but and this is a graphic, so I can't go in, and I don't know where the graphic is. I don't have it. So, but anyway, we run into those issues. Vanessa's saying, I have a clamp-like fitting thing to hold brooms. You snap them in place. Wow, you guys. So, wow. I magnetize everything. It's more difficult for the wood handle brooms. It still works if you use the right level of magnetizing. So, all right. So I'm a little off center here with the camera, but I don't know if I'll mess with it right now, which is easy enough to do to kind of move things over, but I just see that the camera's actually just a tad. So let's talk a little bit about today's, what we're going to do today. So there is, hey, it's Mike McClune, by the way, watching Derek over at the Vice Grip Garage video, just dropping by to say hello. Keep you open another tab. Look at Mike. It's helping out there. It's watching bears, keeping the show open in another tab. So very cool. It was in 2020. So the schools closed down in my state, pretty much across the country. And to supplement kids' learning, right, there were a lot of things. The schools were trying to put stuff virtual and send packets home and log into Google Classroom, and to varying extents that was effective. But I was looking for ways to do like projects with my youngest daughter. My oldest daughter was able to kind of do the stuff on her own, but my youngest was in elementary, and I was like, okay, so we did like the video project where we recorded what was happening in town and did 13 videos, and I wrote about it in my book. But then I stumbled upon virtual reality tours. You could go into, like historic sites and things like this, and then you take the controls and you're walking through, and it's 3D kind of changing around you. And I found this. So let me bring this up on screen. So this is, and I'll give you a little bit of a history here. So by the way, when I press this restart, they're going to try to sell you a pasty. Right here, the pasty fundraiser. So a pasty is, it's a crust, like a doughy crust, that's folded over, and then there's pork and vegetables and stuff inside. And they would give these to the miners, the lead miners. So they would pack this, and then it was easy to eat, these pasties. So it is something from the 1840s, of food that was eaten, these pasties. And down in that area, these are still served in restaurants, and they do fundraisers with the pasties. So this is the image. This is going right to, it's called the Mining Rollo Jamison Museums in Platteville, Wisconsin. So this, for me, is probably about 75, 80 minutes away from where I live. If you think of Wisconsin, and this would be Wisconsin. So this is Green Bay right here. This is Door County and Lake Michigan, actually. So, but it's down here close to Iowa is where this mine is located. So it's not too far from Dubuque. It's probably 10 minutes from Dubuque. So just to give you an idea of where this is. So here's the story on the mine. So Andrew, you could have stopped in this mine when you were driving through Wisconsin. You could have a pasty also. So welcome. And also recruit your friends. I want the show to grow. We've been doing great content, great guests. So let's get to 1,300 subscribers. Let's make that a goal. And again, 157 hours apparently away from being monetized. So let's make it happen. I don't know if someone could do a little research too. Like I don't know if my stream yards are being monetized. They're coming over, of course, they're showing up on YouTube, so they should, but counting toward the hours. So anyway, let's go back to this. So there's a lead mine. Lead mines are very common, lead and zinc, in like the 1830s through maybe about 1850s in Wisconsin. So a lot of these, they weren't very far under the surface. There wasn't a lot of commercial property and commercial things going on of like really extensive equipment. So the miners would just kind of dig down and put a rail track down, right, and be pulling out mostly lead, some zinc. And then the market kind of crashed, and what else happened? Like the gold rush, right? So the miners got out of here and took off. Now, what's interesting about that, and first of all, it's Armageddon preparedness. Hey, buddy, thanks for being here. And they do call them hot. It's very much like a hot pocket. The pasties, yeah. So just think of a hot. It's similar to a hot pocket. Same type of concept. Probably a bit bigger, heftier. Kind of like folding over a small pizza, maybe with like meat and potatoes and stuff inside. But yeah, that's basically a hot pocket. So. Super Pilot's just saying, looks like Michigan kind of. This is a map of Windsor, Ontario. If you do this, you can find your way around Windsor, Ontario. So pretty much, yeah. It's kind of just a hidden thing like people don't know about. You're lost in Windsor, and then they give you like a high five. You're like, thanks. They're like, no, I just gave you a map. It's your own hand. It's right here. It's Windsor, Ontario. I don't know. I saw it on Ripley's Believe It or Not, and it's true. So this is the mine. And so what happens, and I talked to the high school principal outside of where this is, so maybe like 20 miles away. He's like, oh yeah, like I talked to him a couple days ago. Still pretty common for people to go out and plow a field and, a tractor go boop. I mean, it won't like sink, be gone, but like a wheel will drop down, and it's because there was a mine there, a small mine, and, that hadn't been properly filled in when they stopped doing this, which again was largely the 1850s. So they were building onto a school. So let me see if I can show you to give you a little more of a context here. So explore. They added a lot to this. It's different than when they do different tours. We'll get into that here in a second. Yeah, it's not. Let me just bring up a picture first. So, it's called the Bevans Mine. I do have the link up above as the pinned link. So here's the dealio. This will help us out. So this building here, right, this is a school. It's still there. In the 1970s, they were putting an addition on this school. You can see over here, I guess, is the addition. I think the school's still open. I don't know if it's open today. No, actually, the school is the museum now. So what they discovered when they were backhoeing is the entrance. So there was the flat, the straight entrance down, and then they found the one where the rail went down, but they uncovered the entrance. So somebody went down, and there were still cars down there, and pretty much the stuff that you see when you tour this was just stuff left down there. So nothing bad. There was no cave in or anything like that. But when they decided to go to California, right, for the gold rush, they just left stuff here. And there really wasn't a lot of valuable stuff. And of course, you're not going to carry a 800-pound metal cart to California with you, to roll it over there. But So it's pretty cool. So they were like, "What? What's going on?" They had no idea that this was there. Right? There was no record of it. Um, so here's a picture of the outside of the school, and then they have, they just put like a mining machine there, but obviously it's not from the 1840s. But for a little bit of context, so this building was built in 1906, according to that, or 1905 or 1906. And then, yeah, as they were adding on to this, it's now the museum. So pretty cool, though. Right? Imagine, if you will, that you're on this construction project, right? And suddenly you're like, hey, like, something's up over here. I'm not sure. And you clear off this area, and you got flashlights and stuff, and you're like, oh my God, like, this is a mine. And as you go down, and you're the first person down there, it's kind of got this national treasure type feel to it. So it's really cool. And I think it took I read the whole story about it and stuff like this too. It took a little while to kind of get it approved to give tours, and they had to do a second exit, which was they had to clear out the way that the rail car came down, and actually they made that steps, so that's how you go down. You don't just go down climb down on a rope or anything like that. But so they have the two exits, and then they short it up and turn into it's a tourist attraction, so you can go there now and take the tour. So we're going to they do a haunted tour. This is pretty cool. So I'll show you this is from their website, right? This is Peter Kirschman, who also, he once was in Windsor, Ontario. He talked about that when he was in the mine. A lot of people were like, it's really interesting, but at the same time, we're doing the mine tour. He was like, all right. And then they got out, and then he talked a little bit more about Windsor, Ontario. And then everyone just, wow, it's an awesome place. And then Super Pilot is there. So yeah, this is the inside, obviously cleaned up, and but you can see where it was pickaxed and stuff. So they have a museum that's attached, and then they have some stuff from the era, and then it's kind of just the museum for the area and the city. So obviously, if people are going to come here, you want to make it a pretty robust attraction, right? So if you're not into the mine, right? Well, you might be into the 1850s mail wagon there, or the oil car from 1910 or something like that, which is cool. So smart stuff. Here's a couple mannequins down there. I think it was Aaron Clary and Atham. It's a still photo. They're like, stay still. And yeah, so these things were left down there. These round metal. Was all authentic stuff, and then on rails. But these were very heavy, and then they would put the lead in. And initially, I think they had to do like a horse, or I don't know if they actually were able to do a pulley system to push this up. And toward the end, when they opened this up, they used a little train that fit the gauge to make this work. I don't know the whole story. The train might have been used back in the 1850s and 60s in this type of setup. But anyway, it's kind of one of those things where you have to bring in stuff that matches the time frame and make it work. So here's your way in and out. Again, this is where the original train line came down, and then they moved that, or else there was a second train line that came out. So yeah, there isn't a handicap accessible way to get down there though. So this was the 70s, so I'm not, today it'd be harder to do something like this because of probably with the accessibility regulations. But so yeah, this is your hike down into the cave, and then there's a sign. Here's the inside the museum. There's a adjacent building. There's Graham Wilson after a rough day of flying. So yeah, he's just kind of sitting in the corner in his garage. He's like, I should do a video. And buddy's like, I'm not sure. I just got to chill out here. So there he is. Look at him. He's like, whoa, he's got his aviation hat on there. Special aviation drink. It's a mixture of aviation fuel and Red Bull. But he's like, I don't know. So, and so it's pretty cool. So a few other rocks they pulled out of there. Galena, which is Galena, Illinois, close by. So it's named after this. So they bring in some of this gauge equipment, the train. So I'm not sure if, so this, you can ride this. There's a train, right? And these are that you can ride around the mine. Those are some. Oh, so it comes out. So they recreated some of this, right? So there was a chute where those cars would come up and then they would dump them, and then the miners would take stuff away. So again, this was recreated when they opened up the mine. Cool stuff. There's a working image of the mine, I guess. So yeah, here's a photo of it. So I guess it did go into the 1850s or 60s. So this is this is the complex. It's kind of weird. Well, I mean, obviously people who were there like knew that the mine had been there. I mean, like, this didn't catch people completely off guard. But once it had been removed and cleared off and stuff, and just kind of, the land cleaned off, people lost track of it, which isn't uncommon because, like, here in my town, we had Fort Winnebago in 1828 to 1845 was here, an entire military fort, and there's one building left from 1824, and where the fort was, that's just a field. I mean, it's a farmer's field. Like, you have no idea that the farmer is a well, so you kind of figure out where things were at, but otherwise everything's gone. So let's go through, and then we're gonna get on the virtual tour. Here's the piano. Believe it or not, these things here were made in Windsor, Ontario, and brought down into the mine. So if you ever heard the phrase like, "Hey, play me a tune, miner," the miner guy, actually Billy Joel took it and used it for Piano Man. It was, "Play me a tune, miner guy, on the piano in the corner." This is it. Thing with it was hard to keep clean. There's a lot of dust down there, but it was entertainment. You could really fire up some songs here on the old Kimball. So yeah, this one's been restored. Obviously, it covered a lot of lead dust. Last thing you want flying around is lead dust off of a very vigorously played piano. But a lot of guys went out that way. Just saying, it's tragedy, but also kind of like live life to the fullest. Again, this is cool, and somebody after a while, their spouse or their whatever said you can't have that in the house anymore, and they're like, I'll donate it to the museum. That's how I got here. Guys that worked, these probably, yeah, things we look at this, Graham. Look at how they're hanging here, the broom. So. And what do you learn when you see people do this or hang socks like that? They're from Windsor. So, that's the key here. So, what else do we have? There's the shop, so you can go out there and get a polished gemstone. Here's the outside. You can go in the gym, play a game of 3-on-3. It's where Michael Jordan first started out here. It's where they filmed Space Jam, right here. So, and here's where you can move around. So you can do this. Imagine if you live over here. But so here are the park benches, and I've done this tour many times. So as you go back here, this comes out of the mine. This is where the cart would stop, and they would dump off the rocks, and they get the lead out of that. Get the lead out. So this area here where the benches are, underneath that is the mine. So, yeah, apparently they put Civil War cannons all the way around here to protect the mine. It's kind of a hodgepodge of history. You're like, I didn't know there was a major battle of the Civil War right above the Bevans mine, but apparently there was. And here's this chute, right? That's those steps that go all the way down. So originally this was a train track. So if we go over here, let me just take us a little bit further. And we'll be able to see this. This thing right here, they would lure miners down. So they had initially, when this was operating, they would have the shaft on the hole on the top, and they would lower miners down, I think 2 at a time, and then pull them back up, because the other way down had to be reserved for the carts coming in and out. So you couldn't have the workers coming in and out that way. So they had a system of coming in and out of the mine. Again, this isn't that far below the surface. I don't even know if it's 100 feet below. So, and then here's the school. Here's the addition. When they put this on, there's pictures. I went back to the newspaper. That's when they found the entrance. Look at this too. I was going to say, it looks like they have a drain pipe that's not connected to anything, but that's not the deal. So, oh my goodness. So yeah. So there it is. So let us pause right now and get over here. So Army again preparedness. So the hatch to the mine was inside the school or outside, covered up. It was outside. So this part of the school didn't exist. So this was built in the 70s. So the entrance where you'd lower people down 2 at a time was basically over here. So as they started to dig, they discovered that entrance. So basically they just, pushed rocks over it and some dirt and stuff like that. So yeah, when this was added, so that was all sealed off then, because that was where you would drop somebody down. And there are 2 ways out of this. They only show you the steps one, but then there's another way out of this too. But so then it's interesting that they didn't stop. Well, I somehow, right, they fortified so they could build the school, this addition. It didn't change where the addition was going, but yeah, I mean, it was a pretty big deal in the newspaper back in the 70s. I was able to find like the newspaper edition that said, lost mine, located. And just kind of one of those cool things, right? I mean, you could live here your entire life, and you always knew the mine was there and the stories and stuff. I mean, like for me, it would be, somebody is right digging and putting something in, and they found like, yeah, here's the fort, the commissary, or they've been looking for the foundation for the blacksmiths building for years. Like they have people come in and they try to do, like little digs and stuff like that. They can't figure out where it was, which is strange, but that's not actually uncommon. A lot of the fort buildings, and that was something I figured out too, is like we pinpointed some stuff like a road they were putting in, like cable TV or something, and they were coming through, and they discovered the wooden planks for Military Road, and they were in a completely different location by at least 150 feet than where the map showed they were. And then we could kind of piece together where it went in front of some buildings. So yeah, I mean, I think this is absolutely fascinating. So let's go over to the chat, and then we'll actually get inside and start the virtual tour. And it's cheap too. It's like $5 or $10. So fun stuff. Also around, again, this is like 10 minutes from Dubuque, Iowa, but it's in Wisconsin. So Vanessa's saying, I went down into a copper mine in the early 90s in Arizona. That was a bad choice with damaged immune system. The docs were upset. Oh my goodness. Wow. So yeah, we have Windsor, Ontario has a salt mine. The salt is loaded on big ships and sent to Chicago to salt the roads in winter. Little known fact, I didn't know that. Road salt is horrible for concrete, by the way. The concrete in my garage on the right side of the vehicle is very close to the foundation. Over years has deteriorated. And actually that's a project for next summer. Now that I have the outside done, I'll do that myself though. Take on that kind of area where it's raised and it's been deteriorating because of the salt. So I actually kind of like doing that stuff. Look at this here. Come on, that's pilot's foot, you know. Mike is saying to Super Pilot, Morton Mine under Lake Erie, 30 miles from Cleveland, Ohio, about 2,000 feet under the lake. Wow. Wow. Super Pilotish to Mike. Didn't know that. Probably more of them leftover glacial retreating minerals. Cool. It's Jim. I think OSHA would freak if they saw those elevators today. Probably. I'm not even sure you could, in a small town like this, try to make this a museum today, right? Like, I just think it would be too cost prohibitive, but thankfully it's there. So how many watch hours left? There were 157 watch hours to go as of 2 days ago, and it hasn't updated since. So keep on watching, subscribe from your different channels. It would be great at the end of the show if we had 2 more subscribers, get us to 1,250. That'd be awesome. So let's get over here and let's get to the main web page. So tours and tickets. So first of all, let me do a little promo here. I'm not affiliated with the mine, but I think this is a really cool thing. So look at this guy over here. He's like, this is a propeller from an aircraft. And he's like, I'm going to hammer this thing. He's like, that's what you do. That's how they make them. So tours. So available May through October. Let's go into this page right now. So they've updated the website. So you can get in, and the tours are like from $12 to like $3. So they do, and it's an hour. We've never done the actual tour, and we've done the virtual tours here several times, but we've never done that, and I'm not sure at this point we would, because I don't think my middle and high school daughters, age daughters, would be like, yeah, let's do that. But it's pretty cool. You can do the private guided mine tour and a train ride. They have that little mini train that's in there now, which is an actual mine train, and $25 per person per hour, one-on-one, and they'll focus on your interest. So that sounds kind of interesting, right? But you're like, I'm booking this for myself, $25, just you and I, tour guide, and then they show you all the crazy stuff, right? That they can't show everybody else. But yeah, that's pretty cool. Group tour and train, so you can get a group here. So yeah, wouldn't that be kind of a neat, like, family reunion or family gathering type thing, or like a club, to go there? I don't know. I think it would be. School field trip, well, of course, right? And so as a kid, like, man, I think this would be a blast. A gift card right here, valid in all 50 states and Windsor. And the Haunted Mine Tour. So this is their photo. I would have done a different photo, because to me, that's not real spooky, but I would superimpose like a ghost or something in here. But so they do this haunted tour. It's 30 minutes long. And so they have it going on Halloween. Before you go in there, they give you, you learn about piskies. I'm not trying to speak poorly about the mine, because I think it's a great thing, but it is called piskies. So let's make it a little bit bigger, so you're like, come on. Show was going great until you mentioned, well, now it's gotten all out of proportion. So above ground, before your tour, learn about piskies. Right, there's a t-shirt. Like, I came here for the piskies, but I left here for the brownies. So you learn about piskies, brownies, and other fairies known in Celtic lands, and receive a charm bag to ward off unwelcome spirits. Wow. That's basically what you get when you enter Windsor, Ontario. So very similar. A sack of piskies, brownies, and a quick debriefing. It's like a toll. So you go, they don't charge you a toll, but it's like a toll booth. And they're like, here's the deal. Here's your piskies, here's your brownies, here's your charm bag. Here's a couple of the fairies known in Celtic lands. pretty prevalent here, along with just super high level paranormal activity. So just take it easy. Welcome to Windsor. Good luck. What to expect in accessibility. They discourage open-toed shoes. However, they do encourage anything that's aviation related. The humidity is high, and temperature, it's about 60 degrees, I think, down there, like pretty much at all times. So a little bit of drip of water, some puddles, so you might get muddy. So wet or muddy. What to bring for a haunted mine tour. So your closed closed-toe shoes, a fleece, flashlight, and a phone to look more closely at rocks, or a phone light. Yeah, probably. So you can bring a flashlight. That's pretty cool. And yeah, we will provide a hard hat to borrow. You can buy one at the museum store. A flashlight. We will provide a flashlight for your tour guide. Okay, optional disposable boot covers. A candlelit path through the mine. Interesting. See, they've really kind of gone to town on this, they're building this out. Again, I would take the picture to me though, like, okay, here's the picture, right? And what I would say is, I will give them, let's get out of this for a second. Here, look at this. Like, I will give them that graphic I made for free, and they can use that as the thing there. Like, that's kind of scary. So anyway, it's cool. I don't know who picked this up, right? Like, who actually had this? They're like, oh man, like it's all great, the narrative here, $16, people are for it. Like, what picture should we take? I don't know. We've got an archive of 500 gigabyte drive of photos of the mine. Let's take this one. Be like, what? So yeah, it's up above, by the way, Jim. It's the pinned. So in the chat, it's the pinned Bevans Mine website if you click there. But yes, it is Bevans Mine. If you type in like Bevans Mine plus Wisconsin, of course it gets there. Please spell it before I go all 7-letter phonetic. Yeah, it is Bevans. So yeah, look at this here. Jim, who's north of Windsor. A lot of people, and Jim also is a boxer. So he typically fights pilots. He's unbeaten, by the way, but not exclusively pilots. And so, hi, it's Ron Wayne. Look at Ron Wayne. A DeWeer's mine train, $50 per couple. Wow. Look at this. Hey, Doc and crew, finally home. Now to unwind. Perfect evening. Welcome. So, yeah, very cool. Yeah, Graham Wilson, super pilot-ish, awesome guy, fun channel, smart person. Was a guest on the show. So yeah, glad he's here. So let's kind of get out here and let's get into the tour here. So you can buy these online. Geez. Wow, somebody just put like $9,000 worth of tour in my checkout here. I was one click away from a horrific mistake. Once you cannot undo a purchase. So, all right, let's get to the virtual tour. Gee, they've updated this significantly. So, yeah. All right, virtual tours. So interactive tour with a voiceover. We're not going to do that. We're going to do the Google tour. So let's look. View tours. Want to visit in person? Sure. Make a free will donation? Maybe. Check out our full calendar? Not today. Begin the tour. So here we go. Look at this kid. He's like, look, I found this typewriter. And so he's typing away there. It's good stuff. Kind of a weird thing though. Like, look at this. He's got a Star Wars shirt on, but he's got a sticker from the mine. So different generations. So yeah, let me get into this, right? Where's the take a virtual tour, here's the outside of the mine, exterior spaces. Yeah. Come on, take a virtual tour of the mining. Here, click here. It's well done. I'm illiterate to contemporary websites, but so we are inside the mine right now. So check this out. Bacon knows this. This looks like the Inglewood subway. So this, to give credit, Scott Whitty did this. Apparently it's a street view. You can see through rocks and through 100 feet of dirt, but he did this. So I'm showing you this and I'm promoting the site, right? So this is all free, this part of it where you can go in and do this virtual trip. Now, what was really cool with this, and this was image captured June 2020. So it was in the spring of 2020, and then, afterwards when schools were toggling between in-person and whatever, I would find as many virtual tours where my daughter could steer through these with the mouse and stuff like this, and we talk about it and mining. And this was close by, so it was always something like we could drive there, or we went to Dubuque, like we probably drove like close to this. And there's the Air Museum. So Graham, the EAA Experimental Aircraft Museum in Oshkosh has a full virtual tour like this, and they have like a kids component to it. So that's really cool. So imagine, like, again, this is a time when everything was shut down. In person, this place was shut down and things like that. So you weren't able to do these things. So this was really cool. So I'm going to move along here, and this is actually inside of the mine. So let's take a look. So if anybody knows what some of these things are over here. So it's kind of weird, right? The mix here where they're like, here's the light, that looks like it fits, right? But this is also the 1840s. This mine was operating probably through like the 1850s, but I don't think this mine operated beyond the 1850s. So it's one of these things where we've got to bring light down here. So we'll put these, and most people won't question it. Why there's 1960 gym locker room lights from when they're renovating and adding onto the school. I mean, it's a cool touch that they did that. Like, this is really a cool place. But when you go down and you kind of see these things, it's so you can see where they would do this to secure the stone. They would drill into the rock, and then they would clamp down so the force would be pushing the rock back up. So that's really cool, right? So as we go, here's like a little workbench area. And again, most of this type of stuff here was down there like this. They didn't bring a whole bunch of stuff down here. It was left. It didn't make any sense to, these metal things. It didn't make sense to try to repurpose these, because again, the company that ran this left and went to California, so for the gold mine. So let's take a look. So this thing right here, this tube, so this has got the loop on the top. This is how two miners at a time, I believe, would go into here, and they would drop you down. And then so that's where the school, when they were digging, that construction, that's the area that they found. So this thing again, and I think there's one outside also. This is original. And then the rail to come in and out, you would need a second way to get in and out of a mine anyway, right? But and I guess maybe for air or something like that, air shaft. But this, the reason they had this was because that area had the tracks, and you couldn't be coming up and down that as the horse was pulling up the thing, or the donkey or the chicken or whatever it was. So anyway, let's keep going. It's kind of cool, like to look at that. So we go over here, and let's see what we can find. Look at this amazing power grid they had back here. This looks like the thing from Ghostbusters. Like, don't shut that off. So if he does that again, you can shoot him. You do your job, pencil. Like, don't tell me how to do mine. It's filmed right here. So, and again, right here's the steps that come down, and that had rail. So they, opened that up, and so this is built again in the 70s. That's the steps to get up. So let's see if we can travel down here a little bit, see what's happening. So here it is, and then they have the wood cribbing on the wall to keep the stones from falling down. And okay, so now and it's still it's damp, right? So water comes down here, and here's an exit. Look at this. Where is the exit? It's right there. So yeah. imagine having a lot of people, and that's the way you got to get out. So interesting. So right, you come down here and you can kind of see what was going on, obviously with the mannequins, and that they would fill these things up and get them out of here. So pretty cool. So let's kind of keep moving to see, just kind of showing me what's happening here. So imagine again, having a little lesson plan with this, and with my daughter, it was, again, we looked at a map. How far away is it? It would take us about, a little over an hour to get there. And then what things would we bring with us if we went there as a family, and what else could we visit in that area? And then, okay, if you're a miner back in this time, like, what are some things you would need? And then I think the pasties, right? Oh yeah, like we've had those, and they're kind of like a hot pocket, right? Or chicken pot pie or something like that. So just cool things, right? So let's just see what else is going on here. So can I get? So that's where we were. Okay, so here are the steps. Well, let's do this. Let's go outside. But first, let's go over here to the chat. Deep fakes are scary. The fake is more real than real. Yeah, truly, yes. Like late perfected Fuji 35mm film, just a touch oversaturated. Yes, cool. Look at the bacon. Are you going live tonight? Oh my, it is Friday. Holy smokes, man. I forgot about that. This is the day the new camera arrives. So look at this here. It's super pilotish. Baconator. Falling in All Pro Leamington, our biking friend. All Pro Leamington, get this. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 67 to 70 and sunny here each of those days. So likely I will bring my bike upstairs for one of those days. And condition it and go out for, kind of a short ride, maybe 40 miles. But so Bolo and Jim's like, oh, one, I see a ghost. Yeah. So the ghost tour would be really cool, right? On doing this on Halloween, to go down there, and yeah, they're mannequins. So I think one is Aaron Clary, it was Chad Elkins, it was Atham. And they're like, stand still, guys. So my idea was put time in chat and jump to beginning, press F for fail. Wow. So interesting stuff. Cool. So let me go up the steps here, right? And you can imagine as a kid, like, this would be a blast. But if you got bad knees or something, it'd be like, oh my goodness. All right, so now we're upstairs. So we are in the museum. So here you look down, and you're like, whoa, and you're just not paying attention. You're talking about, hey, have you ever been to Windsor? And they're like, yeah, the thing. And they show the hand, and they take the hand off the rail, and they lose it. And they're like, whoa, 1,000 steps down to the bottom. Like bong, 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 bong. So yeah, there's a thing over here. Thank you for not distracting people by talking about the awesomeness of Windsor, Ontario, or Inglewood, California. This is pretty cool. So imagine, like, again, as a kid, doing this virtual tour, you're like, whoa, like, this is really cool. So yeah. And then there's obviously the hard, not obviously, not like I run this place, but the hard hats they probably give to people, a little thing here. Big fan, I'm guessing, to keep the ventilation going. It's humid down there. Here's R2-D2 from Star Wars right here. So thank you. That's a garbage can. So yeah, let's get out of here though. I mean, it's not. Let's get outside. So here we are. We're walking outside of the building, and we see this building, which I don't know. Assume something to do with the mining. I don't know. Okay, so now we're outside. And you're like, holy smokes, man! This tour is getting crazy. Yeah, but again, I'm doing this all with mouse. So the other part is, so imagine my daughter's here. You got the 3 screens. I'm sitting on a chair back, and it's like, so where were we at, or how would we get back? And okay, so yeah, just go this way, and so you're navigating and kind of going on directions and stuff. Here's the railroads, of course. So this is the school, remember? So they added on over here where this generator and that's power pack thing. That's where they were doing the addition. They found that entrance. So school's still there. This is mining related, but again, it's when you take your collection to bring people in, but it's not from the 1840s, right? So here's the track. They put down when they were working on the museum. So you can take the train down into the museum or down where we just were and come out, and you will go around the track. So let's do that actually right here. And there's a lot of picnic stuff. And then here's another one of those things they drop down. There's, so we should be able to find the train here. So, okay, here's the train. We're close. Here's like all the shit that I didn't want to deal with. Like, here's the deal. It's only gonna be over here. It's kind of overgrown. I'll let the ivy grow up, and at some point this will become its own like secondary tour for $2. What's beyond the fence? But for right now, it's just this collection of stuff. They're like, half of this is from Windsor, Ontario. I don't know. It's flown down here. Just leave it alone. We'll work it into the museum somehow. So, so here's the rail car, and they show stuff. So again, it's really cool. But here's a train. Here it is. Man, whoever took this shot, like it's the trees there. Like, okay, so this is the train. So here, apparently, they show pictures of people, and I don't know, have little seats in here or whatever. But here's a train, right? So I don't know what it propels this train. Goes right into a wall. So it's kind of a downer of the tour. But no, actually, they open this up here, and then you go into the building, and it works its way down. But yeah. So what is this? Propane? What's that running on? Diesel fuel? Lighter fluid? Some combustible liquid, which kind of seems, yeah, it's going to exhaust, contraindicated, like for driving down inside of a mine, right? Kind of seems like that would be electric, and this not sure, but yeah. So this goes down into the mine on the same gauge as when this was pulled by horses. Maybe this was in the 1850s or 60s to some component, this engine. Although again, I don't think I think in the 1850s this area was all abandoned, the mine. So, right, obviously, some of this is recreated, and I'm guessing this came from somewhere else. But let's see where it goes. Okay, so it takes you inside. Danger, high voltage. Here's some logs. That's pretty good firewood. I could use that. There's a wood stove to heat things up. Look at this guy. He's like, hey there, I've got these. I don't know what that is. He's holding. He's trying to pedal. But look at this guy. So that's a sad man right there. I'm telling you, Bolo. So Graham, take care, buddy. Apparently Super Pilotish is out of here. So yeah, I appreciate you stopping in, buddy. So our good friend Graham will check out Super Pilotish on YouTube. That is the name of his channel. Produces regular content 3 times a week. And he has a lot of terrific stuff as a guest on the show. Great person, Graham Wilson. So Super Pilotish Bacon might be able to do the link to his channel, Super Pilotish. So yeah, well, thank you, Graham. So let's do this. So yeah, thank you very much, Graham. So yeah, so let's. So here's me in the new camera, much more definition, right? There's the Bevans Mine. So there, let's just. So right, this is something, and look at this. It's Graham again. So God, I'm tired. Okay, so here we are outside. Now, this picture is taken about where that little locomotive thing was. Imagine we're standing right there. So as we look down here, you can see all the stuff to the left is just stuff that people bring in because they're like, this is mining stuff from different times in history, and the mine accepts it, right? But then they probably don't have any real way to incorporate it without coming up with a plan. So it just kind of probably sits over here. That's my guess. But here, if we look, so this area over here to the right, well, we can see the train track, right? The mine is underneath this. Here's the school, and here's the additions where the mine was. So if we go this little area here, this little tunnel going down, should probably be a great bomb shelter, right? Tornado shelter, right? But those are those steps that take you all the way down. So yeah, that's right here. So obviously this was built later, but at one point the rail was located there. So pretty cool stuff, virtual. So let's just kind of see. There's the train, right? So we just, yeah, and again, opens up, takes you around. This, I think we were inside here. We were. Can we get out? Out. Exit. Out. Well, you kind of get the hang of it, right? So as a kid, like spatial. Let's check out the museum. So, whoa! Look at this. So, what should we do? Oh, look at, they got the little wiener dog snakes down here to. There's a zebra or something, so the air doesn't blow in. So interesting. Can we get out? Apparently not. Emergency exit only. All right. Oh, here we go. So we go in the museum. Cool stuff. Early life. Oh, a lot of Indian heads. Oh, someone in 1905. There are people around here. When I volunteered at the community lunch to work the community lunch. I did that, I think, for like 3 years. It'd be on second Saturday, every other Saturday or something like that. But the old timers, the people in their 70s, 80s, 90s that would show up, and a lot of them would talk about their Indian head collections. They were farmers, right? Kids on farms, and they would collect these things. And one guy still had a collection. I think he brought in like he brought in a picture of it, but it wasn't like a cell phone picture. It was an actual picture that was probably taken in 1960 or whatever of like his collection. So arrowheads are very common finds in my area to this day. So, here are arrowheads, and this zooms in pretty well here, right? There's also an historic site called Pendarvis, which had at the time, the houses the miners would live in. That's in an adjacent community, and we toured that as a family. And the ceilings were only like 6 foot high. They're kind of built into like the side of a hill, and they're still there today. The community of Mineral Point has tours of these things, and it's on the state historical site. But that's pretty cool. You can kind of like roam around. They always put signs up like, just be careful, right? Because if you fall down a hole that no one knew was there, or they mark things, right? I have a friend who lives out in Pennsylvania, And he told me, he's like, Dave, like he hikes all the time. His name's Cliff. So I can hike, and I love hiking, but you've got to be careful because there are, you know, coal mining, right? People, and not only just 150 years ago, but like 20 years ago, people would dig down and try to find coal and use it to heat their house, like if they're out in the country and stuff like that. So he said that and wells. And he's at close calls, right? He goes, you fall on one of those, someone is maybe won't be fatal for you, but the fact is someone's not going to find you, right? So that was his thing of saying the biggest hazard to hiking was all these little mine openings and stuff that had grown over, which again, just, they might go down, 30 or 40 feet, but then it's all just abandoned and you don't know. Or they just like threw, some logs over it back in the day and now it's rotted. So, but anyway, coming back on this, I think this is pretty cool here. Like this Indian head collection and how they use arrowheads to do the 1905. Like culturally, obviously, could do this today. I know a couple people that have collections like this that have been passed on through families. I don't have one arrowhead. My brother had a few. We had some farming land, and he had I don't know, 4 or 5 of them, but I don't know whatever happened to him. Because probably still has them. So anyway, let's do this right to the boys in the service. So this is kind of a community thing. Oh my goodness, this weapon over here, flint. I don't know if this thing is up here. So yeah, pretty cool right there, huh? Some story about this. Pots and pans. Can I get out of here? Can I go to the next room? Okay, so now I'm in the next room. Cool. Let's take a look around. Making a living. So you click on the arrow on the floor. So the kids will totally be into the mine. Here this will be a little bit of context, but they're not going to be that into this. I'm into this. This is like the family thing, right? So like although as an adult, like I would be totally into the mine, but some of this stuff would be appealing. So let's look over here. Here's different pieces of I don't know if they have that, how they secured that. You don't really see how this is, because obviously people pick this stuff up and move it around, and so it's got to be put down some way here. But leather belts and for things. What is this? Interesting. Want to take a guess, Bacon? So let's go down here in the chat. So yeah. All right, they're talking about the Pancho Camino. So I don't know what this thing is. This might be hard to work through a description when you find this. I don't know what that is. So let's keep moving. So click on the X. I'm getting the hang of this, right? So they're showing a horse here, and then there's horseshoes up above. Look at, that's cool, right? So assume this is from the community. We had a place in town that they did this, and to this day it's next to the recording studio where I recorded my book, School of Bears. And they would bring the horses into the building. And again, I live in the third oldest city in Wisconsin, so this would be back in like the 1840s, 50s, 60s, 70s, whatever. They would bring the horses inside in winter and put them on the first level of the building to have warmth, right? So the horses would radiate warmth into the building, and then the people live up above. But the floor, and this still is this way in this building downtown, the fire inspector was telling me about it. and also the guy at the recording studio, but the fire inspector told me, and he said, yeah, it's to this day you still go there, and there's this big wheel on the wall upstairs, and you turn the wheel, and the entire floor will go down or go up. So like your second floor, and that would be, so they could raise that higher in winter to bring the animals in, and then I don't know the whole deal. I've never seen it, right? But he said no, it actually functions like it is, just like it was when the building was put up in 1850, and it was very common for. But so this picture reminds me a lot of the pictures of in my town where I live, of the downtown area where they have the animals inside, especially in winter. Kind of a cool thing. So let's go further down the road here, and we're down the thing. It's a family tree thing. What's here? Don't know. Old typewriter. Neat little desk. Switchboard for. Oh, so yeah. So there are some of the telephone board operators, ladies, probably what, about 1910, 1920 for this. Picture downtown, so give you some community context. So let's see here, let's keep moving. Yeah, I got it. Here's a chair, keep moving. Here's a hallway. There's a bathroom. We got to get to the bathroom. Come on. Come on. All right, I need to get out of that. So anyway, okay. So I think largely this is the extent of the tour. Let's see what else I have on their menu, and then we'll go over to the chat. So learn events. So here's where they. So if you get an annual membership, you can take unlimited free train rides from May to October. That's, now if I lived there, I would actually volunteer, and I would be a guide around the train. Learn. All right, let's just see what the cost is here on an annual membership. Just kind of curious. You got a free train ride thrown into that. It's a good deal. Here's family in winter. So free guided tours, free members only event. Download a membership brochure. Oh, $35 a year. Is that for a free admission? That's not bad at all. Huh. Household, $50 a year. I mean, if you grandparent membership, grandparent and their grandchildren when they attend. So recognition in the newsletter. So look at that. Student membership, senior membership. So then you can become the Bevans band, Rollo's friends, Rollo Tomasi, I'm guessing right here, right? $500 a year. So Pickard's Prospectors, $5,000. I mean, now we're getting into Mike McClune territory here. Holy smokes. Yeah, I'm going to be careful what I pick here. So, but it looks like for like $50 a year, you can get in on the kind of all you can tour aspect of it. I think, right, if you lived close by, it might be an interesting membership if you've got kids, and you can zip around there with your kids and their friends and maybe some family, like for a year or two. I mean, after, like, we have Fort Winnebago. I was a guide there for 3 years, and gave 100 tours maybe. I haven't been back there since, because once that doesn't change, right? It's historical, and so yeah. But anybody in this area, I think this is an awesome thing. And here's another part that I'd like on this. So I was talking about this in one of my classes, and I said, if you have a student with autism, or a student with sensory or anxiety, and you can go online right ahead of time and go through this and predict what it's going to be like, and they can tour and have the control over going through this, and it can really help you out, and people have told me that they've done that. So I guess not all these are live links here for parents. Oh, for teachers. Yeah, so that's not clicking out anywhere. I guess it is. So yeah, this is really cool. So you're not just springing it on a kid. Oh, we're gonna go. Oh, here's the train. So look at this. So this keeps moving. But here's the train. Oh man, like that'd be so fun, right? But you can do this ahead of time as a class, or you can send it home, and parents can like go through that with a kid. But if you especially maybe have a child with autism. And so when we were vacationing in South Dakota, we toured a few mines, which are not mines, but a few caves, that were open to the public, and they had guides and stuff like that. And one of the caves I remember had a program. So if you did have a child or somebody with autism and claustrophobia and things like that, right? And they wanted to try the mine or try the cave, they could do a virtual tour ahead of time and get information. And then there was also a part where once you got into like 10 minutes, there was like an exit. And then, so if it really wasn't happening for somebody in the first 10 minutes, like they could exit out of it. But yeah, this is cool. So let's keep going. We'll have some pictures here. So a school tour, look at this. Here they are. This kid was like, whoa. And this was the picture they said, you're going to get to meet Ron Wayne. He's down there. He's getting lead zinc out of there. And the kid's like, whoa, I'm going to meet Ron Wayne. And they took this picture at that moment. So, and he also thinks Ron Wayne is in Star Wars. Somebody told him that, and the kid just goes with it. He's like Harrison Ford and Ron Wayne, and then he kind of leads off with that, and then people are like, just let him go with it. It's kind of his thing. So he's just telling people, oh, Ron Wayne was in Star Wars, so he wears this shirt. But you can tell he's really happy. He's wearing Ron Wayne's colors there, the red theme, and kid's pretty happy. Kid's not pretty happy. Like this is the best day in this kid's life right here. He's like, I've been waiting to come to this mine. I'm having a great time. I'm hanging out down here. And so they have here that the tour is aligned to the Wisconsin Department of Public Instruction Educator Standards for Social Studies and Science. So, right, this is a field trip you'd want to do. It doesn't take much. They have apparently a curriculum here. Here's the up above a video, a 25-minute video with a complete curriculum. Yeah, I get it. I don't want to. Jeez, come on, gotta be a little aggressive here. So here's what's going on. So they do a reenactment apparently here, and which they do in our area too, but that's on the site. I can't. This is kind of doing its own thing here. This lady will talk to you about the mine if you go there. She'll be like, "Hey, I bet you heard about the mine on Doc's channel, Jim." And or Mrs. Wayne. And she's like, "I've got a story for you here, but first you have to drink what's in this container over here on the left." You're like, "All right, I'm up for it." So Jim's saying his grandma took him to Kellogg's. So that's awesome. That's cool, right? Mike is saying, "Hey, I was at the Henry Ford Museum in the 80s. Also at Kellogg's in Battle Creek," and Jim's talking about Kellogg's. So very cool. They have a Heritage Day craft workshop. So if you haven't subscribed to the show, obviously, please do that. Thumbs up, likes, watch hours, appreciate it. I'm going to do a plug here for the books in just a moment, right? But here they go, and there's little videos here. This is updated since the last time I saw this. Here's apparently an orange with a whole bunch of nails in it. So that is an interesting craft activity to do. And it has some cinnamon sticks to it. So I don't quite get the context here, right? So there's nails sticking in an orange, and it has cinnamon sticks with a little red ribbon. So some story behind that, right? Bring that home. You're like, what in the world? Whoa, don't eat that. So, yeah, well, that's cool. I mean, so here, oh yeah, so here, like they have, hopefully it won't do anything. They have some type of reenactment happening. So there wasn't a fort in this area. Well, I shouldn't say that. Fort um, near Prairie du Chien would have been 30 minutes from here, maybe a military fort. So what was the original? There were two forts there. Original military fort, Prairie du Chien. No, not Fort Crawford. Yeah, well, they had Fort Crawford, but it was before Fort Crawford. Let's see. Fort Crawford. There's still footings down there from the fort. So you can't see those here, by the way. So let me just change or let me stop screen and bring up another screen here. So about 30 minutes from here, there was Fort Crawford. So there were three military forts: Fort Howard, Fort Winnebago, Fort Crawford in Wisconsin. Originally, I mean, that were substantial military forts. There was a smaller one in Prairie du Chien, stuff like that, but where you'd have at least like 100 soldiers, right? Back between like 1820, 1850. Let me show you. So this is Prairie du Chien, and this is the footings from Fort Crawford. So this would be about 1825. The blockhouse is reconstructed up here. And anyway, I can't get this in. It's off of Wikipedia, but I've been down there and I watched actually a reenactment take place right here, which was excellent. They had bleachers set up and they had a loudspeaker system, and somebody was announcing like what was happening as it was happening. It was phenomenal. My dad and I went down there. It was like 15 years ago, and it was just amazing. So, but yeah, so this is about 30 miles away. So at the time, like this fort operated, or the time that mine operated, there would have been Native Americans living in Wisconsin. So you would have lived among them while you were mining. There were a few skirmishes, a few battles in Wisconsin, not big battles, but there was also a battle at Prairie du Chien where it showed you, which is right along the Wisconsin River. That area floods out like all the time. And I'm trying to. So anyway, so yeah, they've got a reenactment going on. Oh, let me stop screen, present, share screen. So that's cool. So there's up above. This isn't a very big area either. I don't know if there's maybe 10,000 people down there. Remember this kid? He's excited because he got to meet who? Who did he get to meet? Who did this kid get to meet? Remember? Anybody? So, all right, we'll see if anybody comes up. Hey, Salted Surf is correct. The kid got to meet Ron Wayne. Below saying, I wonder what the lead was harvested for. Yeah, it was ammunition, and then a lot of there was a lot of industrial use for lead because it had a low melting point. Well, ammunition was a big part of it, though. Ammunition, yes, absolutely. And then it was easy to. It was malleable, so you could make things out of it. Like back at Fort Winnebago, for example, we had some bowls and things which were just made out of lead that the soldiers ate out of, right? So those were on display, and so but yes, they would use those to make shot for hunting. So there was a big demand, and that was, I think, the number one for lead. And then again, it did have these industrial uses because you could eat, it was very malleable. So I don't know what the zinc, I don't know what that was all about, but zinc was a lesser, it wasn't as prevalent. But yeah. Yeah, and the whole weird, not the weird thing, but a cool thing here is they went, they, again, when they discovered this, so much of this had been just left there, right? So the mine, there was a lot already just in the mine, and then people, of course, in the community and other areas just start donating stuff, and you kind of make it work, right? So you cross these different eras and things like that. I think this is really well done. I'm sharing this tonight because I think this is an awesome virtual tour, which is free, right? Generous that they do that. And then if you get into that Iowa area or southern Wisconsin, and there's, you kind of look around and like, what are some things that we could do or whatever. But I think this would be phenomenal for families, right? Or just, if you're just kind of interested in this stuff in general, like I could see like my dad and I doing this, it's not quite as fast as he once was, so you have to kind of we'd have to take the train down there or something like that. But like he would be into this. So and it's affordable, it's local. You can then eat the local pasty food that the miners used to eat, and there isn't also this horrific backstory to it, right? Like you're like, and here's the part where the mine caved in and 77 miners lost their lives. It's like, oh no. So there isn't that component, to this. So I think it's interesting, right? Because as a dad sharing this out, a fascinating part for me was with my daughter saying, well, what if they added on to your school? And actually right now they're adding on to her school. And, what if they were to find, back then, obviously she's younger now, she's like, this wouldn't be her thing probably today, but back then, what if they, were digging and they found something? Because, we had stuff around here, not necessarily mines, but what if they, so you can do this. And I shared this out with other parents when schools were shut down, and I curated maybe like a 5 or 6, some of them were a little too abstract, like museums that you'd go to, and you could say like, here's stuff from Egypt and stuff. Well, that's almost like watching a TV show, and even though you can navigate it, it was a little too, you had to have a lot of background knowledge to kind of make it work. But here, like this is, and again, the fact that you can look on a map and you can be like, oh, like if we were in the car, it's about the same time to get to like grandma and grandpa's, about the same time. You'd be in the car, and the fact of like we can actually go there. So I think it was this thing too of helping pass time, of saying, because right when everything was shut down in the pandemic, especially for kids and these new experiences and stuff, when you're talking about something like this, and you're also saying, we'll go there when they open back up. So you've got this, and which we never did. Just we had other things kind of going on, but I think it would be a fun trip. It's affordable, and so like you probably have stuff by you that's similar to this, right? And so share that out where there's like this interactive, this is more than a museum because you actually go down into the mine. I think the mine itself, from what I've gathered and talked to people like who've been there, that it is like about 30 minutes, right? So it's not this exhaustive big mine. So once you're underground, I think in either direction it goes about maybe 40, 50 yards, and that's it. It's not very far below the surface. So I mean, if you're thinking of a football field, this underneath this is maybe about like half the length of a football field. I don't even know if it's like that long of what they have opened up like for the public area, but anyway, it's really cool, right? Because if this is one of those free things, like that tour we just did is free. And now if you're down there, you can do the haunted, on Halloween, you can go down there and do the haunted tour. But so if you're interested, it's kind of a neat thing. And I think there should have been a website in back, when the pandemic hit and schools were shut down. I think PBS might have been the clearinghouse, but I think there should have been a website of saying, here are, 30 virtual trips like this, and that you can take, and then you could kind of develop a lesson. You could theme it out of, whether this is historical, but something else could be like contemporary. And and the stuff already probably exists. It existed at that time. This existed then. Now they've updated the website and stuff like that. But that tour we just went on is pretty much the same tour, that little virtual tour that we did back in 2020. And if you just had like one of those, every other day for a kid, well, that'll get you through a couple months, and they can kind of pick from different things if they want to, do a tour of this or tour of that, or how this equipment works, or so I just think this was really cool, and I wanted to share it because only 6. Come on, yeah, guys, hit the likes. I see 12, but yeah, I thought this was really cool. And again, like, remember this kid. I'm gonna tell this kid is over here again. He's on screen. I'm just gonna say something to him. Let's see what he does. Ron Wayne. Look at this. Just kind of depressed there. The tour was over. Summer's ending. And I just said, Ron Wayne. Look at this. He's still smiling right now. This is a live shot at the mine here. It's a live stream of a tour going down. Kid's still happy. Probably be like this for the rest of the day. So, yeah. So let's go over to the chat. And first of all, I hope you enjoyed this. And so that's the first thing. Hope you enjoyed it. Second is, I hope you're appreciating how awesome this camera is. So this is the new Logitech 4K Brio office, or what the hell is a business edition with the right light level 3. It's their most sophisticated webcam. Arrived today, and I love it. Like, so you can see the books clearly in the background, and I can adjust my tone of the color palette down here and stuff like that. I can zoom in, zoom out, and things like that. So it's really working well. Replaces my 12-year-old C910, which was still operating, but I was having issues with that. It was the sensors were going, so I had to go and always have a post-production program, because otherwise it'd be like in front of the sun. So I really like the colors on this and the precision. So yeah, we are now with the completion of the technology upgrade of $700 in the last 4 weeks. So let's go here to Ron. When we bought the house, we were in a house wherein some of the drainage pipes were lead, surprisingly, in drainage. They used lead for a lot of stuff back then. Yeah. Amazing, right? And lead was still in paints for houses up until 78 or 79. But yeah, lead fittings. My grandfather, I inherited his toolboxes, and there were a lot of a lot of lead, little pieces of lead that I'm guessing you would use to, I don't know. But there's these little segments. So Mike is saying to Ron, the water supply line going into my grandma Hilla's house, built in the early 1900s, was lead. Had to replace it before the house sold some years back. Yeah. Grandma Hilda, she was like, did the lead have any effect on her, Mike? So, because the perpetual effect, right? Yeah, lead is a neurotoxin over time, and I think it's difficult to get out of your body, but not impossible. If you have lead contamination, right? If somehow you I had a friend whose kid was contaminated with lead, and it was lead dust. Just some weird scenario where that played out. And then the hospital had to treat them. I forget what it was called. There was a specific treatment they had to go in like 4 or 5 times, and then basically the lead was out of their system. There weren't any lasting consequences of it or whatever, but it was some acute lead poisoning that they had. But yeah, over time, right, that lead would contribute or could contribute to being a neurotoxin. That's kind of the Flint, Michigan thing, right? The lead in the water. So yes, lead is cheap and toxic. The result is fission. You find small parts of radioactive materials. So, Jim, I'm glad you brought that up, because in this area of the state, your homes, your schools, so I know administrators in this part of the state, they all have radon detectors. Because like where I'm at right now in a basement, like this is 100% sandy soil. So, we don't have bedrock right here on the top of a big sandhill. But these other places, they have radon, and some have radon mitigation systems. They're, cycling the air out. But there was a school district last year close to that mine, within 30 minutes where that mine is, and they had one of their buildings, the alarm was going off for radon, and they cleared the building out. They ventilated the building, and then had someone from like an industrial service come in, and they had to modify their air circulations, because the part of it is you're never going to mitigate the radon slowly creeping in, because like your foundations and all that are all built into stone, which is releasing that radon and the radioactive. It's at small levels, but if you have like a corner of a basement or something where the air is not circulating, it can build up, and if you have exposure and stuff. So, but it's a big thing, like in this part of the state, like for homes and stuff. And you see them for sale, like they'll say like radon mitigation system. The online tour resembles navigating Google Maps street side. Yeah, and that's how they did that. So going back into it, it was done with Google. So it actually says that below right here says Google, and then up here the street view, but actually it says Google and an image captured. But yeah, it was done through Google software, right? So yep, that's how they did it. So so cool. Again, and I think even to this day, it's a real gem. I mean, it could be the middle of winter here, and just if you've got kids, or just for yourself, I shared this with my friends, and just kind of for their own interest. I'm like, yeah, and spend 15 minutes in it, and you're like, I didn't know that was around here, and stuff like that, and just kind of cool stuff. But Pittsburgh, the PWSA is spending millions to upgrade the lines around the city. Pittsburgh Water and Sewer Association, right, or agency. So yeah, so they no longer call it Pittsburgh. So yeah, I'll have to send you some pics of the old log cabin that was moved to a new location and restored some years back. One of the old structures in Beaver. I'd like to see a photo of that log cabin. There's in Madison, Wisconsin, they have it under a protective metal structure. There's a small cabin which was for the Confederate prisoners. So Camp Randall, where the Badgers play, this is true. Camp Randall was a training ground for Civil War soldiers for the North. And so later they put the football field there. And so it's the actual site, though, is like right there. And when the Civil War, so Confederate soldiers were being captured, they took some of them to Camp Randall, and they built these small, wooden, I don't know, not barracks, I guess you'd say, for them. I mean, there wasn't like an actual prison building. This was never meant to be permanent, but some of the soldiers, Confederate soldiers, they're in these things, and then they'd be out in the yard. there's a Confederate cemetery in Madison where I don't know 40 or 50 of these soldiers died of illness. But there's also this part where the community would come out, and it was a novelty for a while to see, oh, the Confederate soldiers. And then they started to do more of a humanitarian of like bringing them food and clothes, because like some of these soldiers, right, had never experienced snow. So they're coming and now they're, they're getting the first winter in Madison, Wisconsin, 0 degrees in their snow. So so right outside of Camp Randall, if you ever watch a Badgers game, or there is this one building which is under this protective metal, and they don't see it on TV. You have to like go walk around there, but it has the plaque and stuff and saying this is authentic. And then the actual football field itself, that was the area where Civil War soldiers from the North originally trained, and then later in the war, that area was and next to it, Confederate soldiers. That became a prison, not really a prison, right? What would we say? Prisoner of war area. So where they brought in the Confederate soldiers. So let's just try to get a number on this. Confederate War Camp Randall. So, all right, more than in 1862, between April and June of 1862, more than 1,200 Confederate soldiers were held at Camp Randall. It was 10 acres. It had an 8-foot fence around it. And yeah, so let me bring up the image. This is from the Wisconsin State Historical Society. So again, like this is an hour away from me, and I've been to Camp Randall and all of that. So these things, you don't really think about. Like we didn't, like this is something I wouldn't have shared with my daughter. She wouldn't have been interested in that. But so this is Camp Randall. So actually, you can imagine now, like the football stadium being in the middle of this in Madison, and you can tell back here's where they had this is a picture of the 1862. So this would have been the prisoners back here. These would have been, and now the Camp Randall itself, the stadium of 80,000 people is right here in modern day, but then right here's, and there's one of those is preserved. So, but yeah, this is our state capital, right? So fascinating stuff though. And this is from wisconsinhistory.org. So, yeah, I love old photos. So, Ron, I'm like you. When I was doing my tour guide stuff at the fort, there's the guy actually who took the pictures for my book of me, Fred Galley. His like grandfather was one of the first photographers here in like the 1860s, 70s. And so Fred has all of these old photos of the town. And then he gave me a couple CDs. He digitized a number of these and said like, here. So like I have these images of the town from between like 1870 and 1920, which is phenomenal. And I can every once in a while I'll just like boot up the CD and I'll just be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And then you kind of get an idea, like there was a really cool armory. Oh my God, it was all this sandstone and it just like really looked imposing. And that's where they do have the farmers market. They tore that down, in the 20s or 30s, but this armory was just incredible. One thing I didn't realize, so I was talking to Fred and I said, a lot of these buildings aren't around. I mean, there were fires and things, but he said the other part was like they never built these to last that long. Like the plan when you put a building is along the Wisconsin River. So we are on the Wisconsin River, a big commerce area. Back then we were a train hub. So they had a big roundhouse here, from, like 1850 to probably 1950. Like there were people who had just come here. The people that built this house originally in '75, the guy worked at the railroad. Like the road was that big. Um, and yeah, so anyway, like Fred was saying, like a lot of these places they never built them to stay very long, 20, 30 years. They just kind of slapped them up and so because right, people were kind of moving on, like they might be here for a while, but then move on to west or city living really wasn't the thing back then, right? You maybe live in the city until you could get your farmland and build your farms. So I was like, yeah, kind of forget about that. But so yeah, that Fort Winna or that is very interesting with the Confederate. So every time you watch the game at Camp Randall, you look at that and say, like, man, that's where the soldiers were, and that's where the camp where the Confederate soldiers were. Flint's pipes had plaque on the lead pipes, but the change in pH from the new source stripped the plaque, exposing the lead again. Whoa, Bolo, didn't know that. Flint's a mess. That fat guy wasn't completely wrong. Finally realized he was hornswoggled by the left. Flint has dubious title of murder capital of the world. Yikes. So I'm not going to do a virtual trip of Flint. I'm not going to do that. So let me do a little talk about the books. Okay, so I don't want to throw the focus off here. I'm not quite used to this, but School of Heirs, Rethinking School Safety in America. Many awesome stories. A couple chapters on how 500,000 people were rescued from Lower Manhattan in 9 hours by boat because Admiral Lloyd said, hey, if you have a boat, come down here to Lower Manhattan, help out. So how did that happen? And how did Rocky IV, the movie Rocky IV with Rocky and Drago, how did that play into it? Because it had a big part. So this is an awesome book. You get it, I think, for $22. I wrote my books under contract. So, they're all proofread, all laid out. They're professionally, this is a good paperback. It's not going to fall apart when you open it up. So yeah, I mean, if for your interest and also how schools make decisions on safety and the wackiness that actually goes into that, it does make a lot of sense. If you know someone who's a parent and they have kids in school, this is an essential read. Someone who's a teacher, but yeah, School of Heirs, it's punchy. And it's well written. And we also get into Hobbes' Leviathan of how things just kind of get bigger and bigger. And part of this is like the trade-off of security, right? So people will be like, I'll do anything to be safe. So, okay, you give more rights to the government to check and read your email and these types of things. You take your shoes off at an airport. But what does it look like then for school safety? Like, have we kind of defaulted too much at a local level just for the sake of thinking we're safe? So, and once you read it, and I did the audiobook, I narrated the audiobook. It's 6 hours long. Again, narrated by me professionally. I had a studio, record it and cut together post-production. You can get it on Audible. You can get it at downpour.com for $10.99. So just a second here. So let me do this. I mean, there are like literally 45 places that sell it, literally. So yeah, I appreciate, and if you're really not into, like reading the book, you want the audiobook, $10.99, and you've got my, me for 6 hours to yourself. You can listen, make me, put me on fast like a chipmunk or slow me down. It's a good audiobook though, and it has a lot of energy. So, but yeah, please think about it. So, hey, Ron, appreciate you helping out the channel. And then, of course, Velocity of Information released in April, and this is available in paperback, hard copy, and the audiobook is April 12th. It's already showing up in places. The audiobook's done, narrated by Ben Hawk, actor Ben Hawk, but April 12th, that officially comes out. But you can do a pre-order on the audiobook as a Christmas gift. I think this is this is a very intellectual book. and 12 interviews in this. Linda Stone, former executive with Microsoft, Larry Lawton, Robert Travis, Morgan Rogue in her survival channel, and just amazing interviews. 12 interviews. This is a conversational style book, although it has 471 endnotes, a lot of graphics, things that Amy DiStefano made for the book. I'd draft things out and give it to Amy, and she would create these graphics that are in the book. So things you're going to find nowhere else, plus a lot of photos that I took during 2020. And I think one of the enduring qualities of this book, well, again, it's really well written. But here's like a photo I took, and it's like there's a chain shortage, and the shortage is spelled wrong, but sell us your quarters. So this was in my town here, and they were this gas station would give you they had something like they give you $2 for $1.50 in quarters. They had some exchange rate like that because they didn't have quarters and they couldn't get them from the bank. So, but to go through here also, and here's Juan Brown at the Oroville Dam. I interviewed Juan, the biggest dam in California, and how they went in and he flew his little his private plane over to figure out what was going on, as it was like eroding and the spillway was giving out. So if that would have failed, it would have put Sacramento under 6 feet of water. But the whole thing here, the velocity of information, is like during chaotic times, how do you get information? How do you verify it? And how do you build a member check? So Joe Dolio is extensively interviewed in here. And then the fact, things like if you can get 5 people together from around the country or around the world or the Western Hemisphere, whatever, and check in on certain things like what's in stores, what are you hearing from the media, and you have 5 things you check on every day or every other day, you can greatly increase the quality of your information to turn it into intelligence. So that's extensively described. It's pretty easy to do, but people don't think of that, right? So I talked about my network, Chuck Mack of University of Pittsburgh Medical, Brian Bowden. So this is an awesome read, and it just gets better and better and better with time, because no one wrote about that stuff during 2020. And if anyone tried to write about it now, it would be this forensic. I wrote it when it was happening. And the other part is, it's not a conspiracy book, so you're not going to go down that, and you're not going to say, "Oh, I read this," and they'll be like, "Oh, it's kooky Doc and his conspiracy stuff." No. But yeah, give it a shout, and also if you're in your libraries, it's in a lot of libraries across the world, Japan, Qatar, Germany, your local library. Somebody who watched the channel went and talked to their local library and said, "Hey, this book, Philosophy of Information, I want it at the library." They ordered 3 copies. So that helps me out. So, but for you, man, it's a good book. It's a book. I think it's amazing. It'll validate. And then another thing with the book, with Philosophy of Information, is burnout. Once we hit 90 days in chaos, we hit this thing called finite voltage, burnout, and what that meant, how that looks. And then there are people today, or people that you can identify around you who hit burnout and they never came back. Some of these people are the ones wearing a mask in their car in summer with the windows up and there's nobody else with them, right? And just you can see people who'd be like, they're not going to go to a gathering again. They're not going to, they're afraid to start a business. I'm not criticizing these people. I'm just saying you can start to see the anxiety. Someone's like, "I'm not going to plan a trip because if I plan it and the airlines get shut down or we get stuck someplace, right? I'm not going to be able to get back. And what if I have to isolate somewhere before, so all these things, right? They stick with people, and the whole essential, non-essential, that's written about early in the book. We get through that. So I think there's also a lot of empathy in the book. And so again, you might have family members. You yourself might have some, strong mixed feelings about things that happened in the last few years, right? And I think it's really, I mean, like I said, it's really well done. It's member checked. There were a lot of people going through it. I mean, my publisher it was due September 1st last year, 2021, and then I think it was December 26th or something, and actually was approved. So during the whole process, like they're going through doing layout, throwing things back, and saying, how does this, or should we change things? And then we're going back and double checking facts and things like that. So, and just the flow of the book and having other people go through and read it. And again, when it comes through a publishing contract, like all those things go with it in marketing. But it's really good. I would say Velocity of Information is this really intellectual, engaging story around a campfire. And once you got done, like with that discussion, you would be able to retell it forever. So when you read the book and someone says, oh, like you read Velocity of Information, how about the crab boat guy? You don't have to remember it was Robert Travis, but the crab boat guy. Yeah, the guy who all of his bosses were killed, like all 4 of his bosses, and they got hit by like refrigerator-sized chunks of ice. Like you'll remember these things, right? Not that that's a great memory, but the part there of where he said this thing of you took that got imprinted on you, that you were always seconds away from being killed or maimed. And so when he left after 2 seasons, to this day, it still is something that follows him. Like when he gets on a boat, or he talks about, we got on a ferry boat to go, with his family, and he's like, okay, we're going to stand like right here, because if anything happens to this boat, like this is the most survivable meter of space on this boat. But again, it's you'll love it, and then hopefully you go back and want to get the audiobook, because Ben Hawk, who's an actor, you've seen Ben on 30 Rock, on the TV show Manifest, and Ben really brings the book to life, right? Because as a professional narrator, and so it's an awesome book to listen to. And I think you can listen to the sample right now. You just can't download the book until April 12th, but it's showing up in a lot of places, because again, it's all been submitted and approved. But anyway, didn't have time today to put money on the card today, but going to order to, hey, well, I appreciate that, Mrs. Wayne. And also, please, when you read it, please post a review on Amazon. The book has 24 reviews, and actually has a 2-star and a 3-star, I think. And those are international reviews, and there's no comment. So I'm like, I don't know who didn't like the book. I mean, right? Not everybody has to agree with the book, but if you leave a 2 or 3-star, put a comment. But the rest are all 5-star. But please leave a comment, and especially coming into the Christmas season, right? My publisher works to market the book, so it shows up in ads on what people. Whatever, so like someone will contact me and say, hey, I was searching whatever, and an ad came up for your book. I'm like, okay. So look at this. And so right here, Bacon, and it's our good friend Bacon. So Bacon, I think you've got the books. If not, you know how to email me, and we can talk about that. But wow. So no, can I mail you a book? No, I don't have copies of the books here. So I don't sell the books. They all go through the publisher. But yeah, I do know a lot of people have the books, and then they'll say like, oh, I'm going to leave a review, and then things happen and people don't. And I get that, right? We're all busy, and a book it's different to leave a book review, right? Than, oh, like, I use this new headlight for my car and it's instant and it's there and whatever. Book takes a while to go through and digest, and other things can happen. And then it's kind of like you figure out, well, what exactly am I going to write about? this book. Like, why would somebody want to read it? And if you also can take a picture of the book, Misty Mrs. Wayne, that's a big thing in a review. If you have a picture of the book, it may be like something, like a novelty like type thing, like it's next to like a fireplace, or it's next to a glass of scotch, something like that. But yeah. To make, and I don't have a checking account or credit card. All I have is a prepaid card. I took money on tour stuff. Whoa! So I think you can still leave an Amazon review. I don't know if you have an Amazon account or not, or if you have a friend who has an Amazon account who you can jump in and leave a review. Misty Mrs. Wayne, I've had a few people who have my book and actually have signed it. They've, but then and I say, would you consider leaving an Amazon review? And they'd say, Amazon, I don't have an Amazon account. And I'd be like, okay. And then, there's, do you know someone who has an Amazon account, or that you can share the book with, or are you willing to get an Amazon account? But yeah. So yeah, so let me kind of do a review of my technology down here. So, and by the way, Bacon, I want to be on your show. I've got the 2 classes. The one just wrapped up actually, and I had some meetings today. And it's you and Michael Deacon, right, who have been gracious to contact me multiple times and say, come on the show. And, and now I've kind of hit this, like, this where I just had Benning Ballistics on, and then the Legal Man's going to be on, and then Lisa Lenny and Mike Dawes. So like suddenly, like my show is back in that swing of where I'm getting a lot of content, but that I'm writing the blog posts and things for that too. So, but I very, very, very much want to be and will be on your show. So it's not that at all. Right. And that, and obviously, Michael Deacon and other people, and it's, I need to sit down and put that in. Part of it too is I don't have it here. It's actually, I have office hours as a professor, and I need to keep a certain amount of out, and it goes to like 8 at night, office hours on certain days. So if I say like, I'm going to be available, and I have to book this out a little bit, right? So students know, and I'm not at the university for office hours. They have to say like, oh, like 7:30 at night next Tuesday, right? They'll book a 30-minute slot. And then if I get notified, and then the university has Zoom. So I go into the university, and then I click, and it creates a Zoom invite within the university. And then 7:30, hopefully that student shows up, and we have a Zoom office hour, right, or office half hour. And then, but the thing is, like, I have to have so many of those, and that's also now that I'm doing more teaching. The one class just ended, right? But my office hours took up other things, or I could be like, I would put a night out there, and I would say like, oh, like this night has like, 5 times, and maybe nobody signs up for it, right? But that's a night that I had to block off because I have to have so many office hours. So just one of those quirky things. That, yeah. So, so the technology. So these are the Audio-Technica ATH M50s. These are awesome headphones. So 170 or 80 bucks for these. And I'm not trying to brag, right? I mean, the studio here was running same tech for a dozen years. And now I committed this year to doing technology updates, because in summer I upgrade to Windows 10, and now it made some of this possible. And my headphones had the pads that all cracked out on my old headphones, which weren't very expensive, but the pads weren't replaceable. So that was just it made sense to get new headphones. And then my Yeti microphone I was having issues with the gain on that. So when I would record a show like this, I would have to have the gain like all the way up, even though the mic is like 4 inches away. And that was weird. Like that shouldn't have been that way. It wasn't that way when I initially had the mic, but I used the mic for a long time and some issues, and I couldn't find any solution. I reinstalled the drivers. So I still think it's would be an okay podcast mic for someone to get started. Like if I just gave it to them, right? And my C920 cam, I'd be willing if someone ever wanted to start out in podcasting, pay the shipping and I'll send that stuff to you. But what would happen is I'd have to go in post-production, and if I'm getting audio out there, it wasn't a big deal so much on YouTube, but I render everything in MP3 because people will download the shows up from Podbean, right? And like these I don't render, but the actual Safety Doc 192 episodes. And then I'd go in and I would level it to -16, which is the loudness, typical MP3 loudness. And I'd be like, whoa, it recorded like at a -21 or 22, which is much softer. So the decibels. So and I'd be like, that's weird. I thought it would be the opposite. I thought it would be like a hot mic. I thought I'd be like at a -12 and it would have to adjust it to a -16. So it wouldn't be like super loud. And this has a monitoring right on top of it. Lights really cool. This is a really awesome mic. But what was happening is, like the Yeti, I couldn't get that thing to give enough volume. So I'd have to go in post-production and boost up the volume, and then just boosting up everything else around it. And you can do filters and stuff, but right, I'm just down here. And I mean, it fixed it for the most part. Like people listening to the show in audio only on the MP3 on Podbean, if with the Yeti mic, you probably wouldn't notice it because I post-production all of it. But it was weird because I just kept seeing this progressively. The mic got softer and softer. And even as I had the gain almost all the way up. And so, but again, I think there's different settings on that. If you went from cardioid to like stereo, I think the gain improved or whatever. But that mic is just put away back in its original box with the stand and everything and the cord. So literally, again, if someone wanted, to get into podcasting and have a C920 camera, which was kind of the backup to my C910. The 910 was older. The C920 is maybe like 8 years old, and I probably used it, a total of like 5 hours. I used to use it with my laptop a couple times for university stuff, but that's functional. And again, like if someone just wants to go and start a podcast, right? Like, and they have nothing other than a phone or like their webcam on their laptop, like this would be a pretty good way to start out. And again, I would just have to put it in a box and figure out what the shipping is. And you'd have like the Yeti in its box, and you'd have the 920 camera. I mean, you'd have a pretty good start of a show. So just putting it out there. I know one person who's kind of thinking of doing that, starting a show. The Yeti is a heavy thing, a heavy mic. So, I'm not sure what it would cost to mail all that stuff, but picture quality is top notch tonight, Prof. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, this is the top of the line camera. Thank you, Ron, that Logitech makes. So it is called a Brio. And this is the business edition with the right light level 3. So this is a $200 webcam, and this just came out within the last year. This right light 3, it's the only version they offer with this. I can go in and change my skin tone, the tone in the back on this, so there's the contrast and saturation, and I can do really cool things. So it has an app, and then the camera has firmware updates as the app has software updates. So I can bump out like this. You can see the bigger studio, right? The weights back there. You can kind of see the other room. And boom. So we'll go back, and I'll bring you guys in here a little bit closer. So, but Yeah, so it's real time. There's a ton of like image adjustments that can be made. So it's really cool. I'm so glad I did this. And what a day of an age where we can go on to YouTube and we can read reviews, right? But you can go into YouTube and watch 10 people who own the camera do a review, and then you can make your decision. That's how I got the mic. That's how I got all this equipment. Actually, the headset. I talked to Mike Dahl, the head of Wisconsin esports, and I said, "What do kids use for gaming? Like, what's a good gaming headset that's not really expensive?" And he's like, "Here's like two, and this was one of them, and that I have off on the side." And I bought a little headphone stand, and both my headphones fit on it, and it's kind of neat. It's over there. But yeah, so yeah, I'm thrilled because I wanted to do this for a while, and I'm doing that all at once. Basically the $700 of a mic, and this is also a different mic cover that cuts off the plosives, the P sounds, so you don't get the overwhelming. And again, the monitoring headset. I had the arm here, the Rode PSA arm. By the way, if you're ever looking for like an arm for podcasting or something, like this arm has been awesome. And the Yeti was really heavy, so it like supported the Yeti, but this arm is terrific. This would be like my recommendation. And then of course the Brio camera, and the Brio also can be on a tripod. It's threaded, so right now it has a little leg it sits over on my screen, but I could take that off and thread it right into a tripod, which is cool. Although I kind of like the way that it's set up right now. Yeah, I mean, I can look over here on a monitor screen. So let me check, and I can read clearly on the monitor screen the covers of the book. I can actually read my name on the plaque for the professor award in the back. I mean, it's just amazing. So yeah, that's really cool. So yes, for technology, this also has an XLR capability, but the people who tested it both ways said they actually preferred USB to XLR. So it's a condenser mic, not a cardio. Not a condenser. What is it? Condenser. It's different than the Yeti, and you have to be a little bit closer to it. And but it's a higher quality mic. And then I'm really glad that I've done the updates. And as soon as Coop sends me the metal artwork he's completing for the back, which can't be too far down the road because he sent me the video where he painted the stuff, and he has, I think, the lights for it. It'll have like a remote, the light will turn on, and once that comes in, then I'm going to move the whole back, and I'm ordering a diploma frame for my PhD. It's just been in the folder, it arrived in the mailer. And I was never real big on this displaying my degrees, my diplomas. So, like looking in the back here. So that's my bachelor's degree, my master's in speech language pathology, and then my master's in educational administration. So, but right, and I had those on a sidewall for a while, and then I just kind of put them in the closet because I'm not that type of person. And not that you shouldn't be proud of your accomplishments. Yeah, you should. But I never. But here's like a thing. Like when I was on PBS in 2013, I wrote this grand introduction, right, of how. So they read all the stuff, and I didn't have my PhD at that time. I had both my masters, but all the stuff I had done and things, and then when I listened to it, I'm like, man, that sounds like that guy's just bragging. Like, and all of us do things, right? So, but I honestly did it because I just thought I needed to prove my credentials because I'd never been on PBS before. And then when I was on in 2019, it's like two sentences. Dr. Perrodin was here in 2013. He researches school safety and whatever, and he has a PhD in high stakes decision making. He studied at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Dr. Perrodin. That was it, right? And I never do that. And when I present, and also with my students, well, obviously, I think part of it is that if you have a PhD and you've done things like that's good, because they're like, well, this guy probably knows what he's doing, right? He's been around the block, and so that's good. But I've never used that as to kind of just browbeat people with it, right? So I don't know. Misty Mrs. Wayne, got a question, Doc. Are you using a different setting on your mic, or am I just tired and your sound is different? Oh, okay. I don't believe I'm using a different setting. So the filter on here is different as of 2 days ago, but are we not good here? Okay, so Bolo, are we not good with the audio? Or let me do this here to move the mic a little bit closer. Is that better? Setting in your mic, or am I just tired? How are we doing here on the mic? Is mic sounding okay? So as you say that, what do you guys, is the mic not sounding good, or what's happening with the mic? Sounds like the mic is somewhere else. Oh, okay. I'll have to give a listen back. So one of the things I might have to check on is from the camera's mic. Wait a second. The audio here. Camera, audio. Yeah, the mic is the Brio, and that's picking up. So the mic on the camera isn't on. Okay, echo cancellation. So you have a high quality microphone, you're wearing headphones. No, oh, okay. Something, if it's just this show, something that might be happening that I have to address then is, yeah, so the camera's mics aren't on, it's just this mic. The processing speed of the camera is faster, so it might be getting a little out of sync, missing some of the bass. Okay, let me bring up the setting here, see what I've got it on. Okay, it's loading. Okay, let me all right, so everything, testing. I just moved it to dark. So you should notice something different here. Testing. This is natural. Testing. This is bright. So this should have more kind of sibilance to it, more high end. Okay, here's natural. Okay, live meter. So I will push the mic away. Test. Bringing the mic to me. Test. Let me look at the level here. Okay, that's my headphone level. I just beefed up a little bit so I can hear. All right, test. All right, I just beefed up my mic level. Whoop. We're getting all these political ads coming through right now. On my cell phone, I'm just getting inundated with this junk. Guessing that's mic is fine. It's just different because it's an upgrade. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I'll give a listen to it too and see what's what's going on. Yeah. All right. So there we go. Now I'm going to turn the headphones off a little bit. Down, down, test, test, test. As a touch pad, test, test, test. Okay. Now we'll change it to mic, test. Okay. So there's a feature also on this, which is like an echo cancellation. And I think if the, here we go. All right. And I don't want to get too crazy with this, but on this cancellation, I think it can throw a little bit of a delay in there. So I'm still kind of learning the tech on this, right? So I did listen to playback on this, like after I interviewed Bending Ballistics, and I thought things were good, and the sound level came out really good. Does the camera have a mic on it? The camera does have a mic on it. That should be off. So tiny echo on phone speakers. So sounds really good, Doc. So we're getting double sound from camera, I think, Bending Ballistics. Okay. Hey, Doc, howdy. Oh, it's you. Okay, so let me figure out, let me bring up the setting here, because I should only be pulling audio from the, here we go. Yes. I should only be pulling audio from okay, there's mic. Let me, okay, now we're back. Okay, so just not sure good. So yeah, and we've had good audio out of this mic. You sound like you're in a barrel, kind of. Okay, huh? I don't know. Let me. Okay, does this make a difference at all? I just changed the mic position from near to far. Does this make a position? Does this change the audio quality at all? Again, I just went from near to far. Okay, is this better quality? Or so way crisper, really? Okay. So here are two settings. I have the Shure thing up. So here's, it's called far. So right here, this is the far setting. This is the near setting. So are we better? Should I stick with the near setting? Is this what might be going on here? So, hey, Uke. So, okay, guys, this is the near setting. This is the near setting. 1, 2, 3, we are on the near setting. Do you prefer this? Is this good? This is the far setting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the far setting. Which one, far or near? What's the difference, guys? Bending Ballistic, you're saying near is much crisper. So, Bolo, near, keep it with this. Still doesn't sound near as good as it did on your other stream. Okay, I don't know, guys. No difference. Well, let me mess around with that, because really the only thing that changed was the camera. Well, I should say changed, plus I'm running it through StreamYard, and this was a little quirky to set up. It didn't want to recognize the camera. Okay, so we're back. Yeah, I don't know. It's really weird. So I couldn't really hear much of a difference. Like uke. So it's not horrible though. It just sounds like you're in a small room. I don't know. That's good though. Let me mess with the settings a little bit. So, and I mean, I guess there is some likelihood that there could be some echo in here. But put a basket of loose clothes on the floor to help absorb sound vibrations. So yeah, it's a sensitivity of the mic. So maybe I need to go back to the original cover that was on here too. It's kind of strange. So okay, there we are. And here we are. Here we are with the mic on some manual settings. And here we are, the compressor. I can hear, to me, that's loud. Are you in Europe? Do you need an adapter? Yeah. Your gain could be too high. So part of this has an auto gain, an auto setting on it. And then part of it is high pass filter, presence boost. So limiter, there's a limiter on here too. So check your gain on your tenor. So yeah, let's see what the night mode looks like. Oh, nice. That changes the camera, or changes the mic. All right. Interesting. And here we go. Here we go back on the mic, on the auto settings. So I don't know. I think one thing that could be happening here, again, kind of getting this, is that one is I don't have any sound kind of deadening in here, and the second is I'm the camera itself. I've read that the recording of the camera might not match the recording of the audio when you're running it through USB on this mic. Like they can be out of sync just a little bit at times. So I'm not sure if that's what's going on or not. And there is like this third-party software, UCam, which is running also right now, that maybe I need to try to shut off. So this is actually the first time I've used this. I mean, I've used this mic before. So Bending Ballistics, this is the exact mic we had, right? But the thing that's different right now is the camera. And I think what could be happening here is I need to go in. What it's trying to do is it's trying to run also the camera, although this shouldn't affect the audio, but it's trying to run UCam as the soft. So it's basically over processing the video, but I'm not going to go in and try to mess with that now because I don't think that will work out real well. Logitech Brio, so I can see in real time. It's echo, automatically adjust mic volume. What is it? Echo cancellation, media off to use stereo. So podcasters and musicians often turn this off. So yeah, so I just turned echo cancellation off. I don't know, but it's saying podcasters and musicians often. This setting enables audio processing features like echo cancellation, noise suppression, auto gain control. I don't know. I don't know if it's necessary. So camera to audio sync is fine. It just sounds super grainy. That's weird. So my drag off the headphones sounds good. My real time coming off the headphones is good. Fuzzy now. Whatever you just turned off just made a fuzz sound. Okay, so I just turned that back on. This could be a StreamYard issue. That's happening right here. So I think there's two parts of this. One is the StreamYard issue of getting this camera synced out, and the other one is this is trying to overprocess through UCam general broadcast quality. We've got that automatically. Camera, we're good. Audio. Let me just. Yeah, nope. It's running. I'm running through good there. Huh. All right. Whoa, look at this. So it's effort to try to do. I don't have a green screen back there. So I think this is kind of a cool effect where it kind of blurs things out in the back. So having, I mean, if I was to do a meeting, I would kind of use this, but just get rid of that. I don't know. I'll have to listen to it. I'll have to record just a static video, like a 5-minute straight up with Camtasia or something, and just do some audio checks, because I think the mic is doing its job. I think it's the software that's messing things up, and your camera is taking the sound, not the mic. Okay. So the settings are saying it's getting the audio from the audio is coming from the Logitech Brio. Oh, you guys are right. Here it is. Here it is. It's the microphone. This is the microphone. You're right. You guys are right on. It was taking it off of the webcam. Now it's different, right? As of this moment, it's taking it from this mic. Prior to that, it was taking it off of the webcam. You should immediately notice right now that this is better. Right? Guys, right? Like this is, you should immediately notice. Yeah. I know when he, thank you. I was, here's what happened. You guys had it all along. It was taking the audio off the webcam, and I didn't realize it because I'd go in and it would say audio is coming from Logitech, and in my mind video is coming from it. But yeah, it was set, it defaulted up, so now I put the mic. So unfortunately we just did, I think, a pretty cool show. Thankfully it's not one of the Safety Doc shows, but okay. Well, thank you everybody for doing that, because yeah, you're right. This mic for the last 2 hours and 39 minutes was recording nothing. This mic was doing nothing. It was the mic right there that was built into the Brio, of course, which isn't a very good quality mic. And they're expecting, if you have that, you're going to have some kind of audio source. So that is, thank you everybody, because I'm like, oh my God, this mic can't be puking out on me already, and what's going on. Now that is amazing. It'll be funny when I go back and listen to this. But yeah, as you guys are right on it. You guys problem solved it right away. You're like, it's coming from your mic, your webcam. And I'm like, so I'd go in and I'd look, but when I clicked on it, I was looking under the wrong settings. It would say, yeah, the webcam is there, and it's pulling up the video. And then anyway, thank you. You guys got it. Thank you so much, everybody, for helping me. You guys figured it. You problem solved it right away, and then like finally, you got me to figure it out here on my own by giving me enough breadcrumbs. But I'm sorry about that. Thankfully it won't happen again. And this isn't one of the actual podcast, right? Because I probably wouldn't even be able to use it then. But real life horrors. Oh my goodness, bacon! Exactly what I went through every show. That is so funny. Well, thank you. Yeah, Mike. I mean, and now obviously I can hear. I can hear a big difference. Right. So, hey, my goodness, like someone just got in there. It needs to be nuked out of the thing here. So, oh my God. Yeah. Holy smokes. Interesting. So let me change something here. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for helping me out with that. So, my goodness, I just a second here. I am dun, 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 the Eep from Iponiwa. Going through, and there we go. All right. I feel like such a dork because I looked at that setting. Every time you brought it up, I looked at it and it was telling me exactly what you were saying. I had the wrong setting, but my mind was just like overriding it. For some reason, I was mixing up in my mind. I'm looking and was thinking video, audio, and thought, I'm reading off a video. So anyway, well, thank God, because if I had to be through this tonight and be like, oh God, now I've got some issue where the mic isn't working with the camera, and my StreamYard, which everything gets recorded, isn't going. So look at this, ballistics got a wrench. Man, Mike, I wonder if you check if you got a wrench, what might be happening. But thank you so much, everybody. Yeah. So I trust all you guys with wrenches, and we gotta be able to get the those crazy folks that come in here. So Uke, a few more appearances here on the show, and I will send a wrench your way. So, but yeah, thanks everybody for helping that. And yeah, like I'm sitting here talking about how great this mic is, right? And the mic's not even actively on. And you guys are like, nope, that mic, Dave, that's not doing it for you. So, well, you're new. You got to be here a little while to be wrenched. So you're on a path for wrenching. Yeah, so you've had no non-wrench behavior. So something to look forward to, right? Yeah. So don't lose hope at all. So yeah. Interesting. So Mike is saying, Safe Doc is the professional. I almost fell. Like I'm in the wrong place, considering it can be a walking cluster flop at times. Mike, take it easy. It's cool, Doc. I'll keep showing up and participating. No, you'll get a wrench. I'm not. Once someone's been in here for a while, right? Then you wrench. I don't think I gave Solitude Server a wrench. Fun guy, but I don't think he has a wrench. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure Solitude's on a path to be wrenched. So, yeah. Actually now, like, yeah, everything, it looks great. It sounds good. And so, so what we have for Halloween coming up, we get about 1,000 trick-or-treaters a year, actual number. And this year it's going to be 64 and good weather. So like we would get 1,000 and it would be snowing and 20 degrees. So when it's warmer, and it's also during the week, so the school complex is a couple blocks from our house. So the kids kind of just stay with their friends, or after school, they don't go home if they're in the country. They hang out and then they trick or treat, and we're the area of town, which is right there, right? And I think it's awesome. I love Halloween. The trick or treating and kids having fun, and so the weather's going to be good. I expect we're going to have our 1,000 we're going to hit definitely, if not more. So we buy candy kind of all year round, right? And stock up. So we're probably going to have to go a little bit higher. And part of it is we sell the experience. Now my neighbors have really taken it to the top. Like they have like a horse pulling like a stagecoach hearse type thing that's like authentic size. It's not a real horse, but and they have like a 30-foot, like skeleton and like a graveyard. And I'm like, I mean, this had to be like thousands of dollars of commitment plus like just general engineering to put this together. It looks really great, but I mean, like my little ghost that flies from the house to the tree, the maple tree, like that was pretty impressive for a lot of the years. But I don't go real freaky, scary stuff. So it's always like we have these 3 big floodlights on top of the garage, and they light up like the whole driveway and then part of the road. So if you're a parent, one, you can stay at the end of the driveway, right? And your kid can go up and you can see them the whole time. And especially if they're younger, you can get a picture of them, and it looks like a lot of parents of very young kids trick or treating, 3, 4, 5, or siblings or whatever. They'll put them and they'll say like, hey, like stand there on the driveway because they can get a good picture of them because of the amount of light we have. And then also for kids, right? For the younger kids, the parents can stop and have them walk the rest of the way, to the house because they can see them the whole time and everything's really well lit. So it's cool. Like I have a good time with that. They block off the streets in our neighborhood, and that's so it is crazy though. Yeah, every year 1,000 trick or treaters, and having it be Monday, so school day plus warm weather, I would expect we're gonna be on the high end. So I don't know. I like it. I always have fun with Halloween, and and we put the little skeletons out, and then I have in my maple tree, I have 2 skeletons that I put in the maple tree, and then I have a strobe light on them, and I just let the strobe light run until the batteries burn out. So you got a couple energizers. It'll go for like 3 days. So like, and then finally I'll go up and take it down. But then I'll get out there with my ladder and I put them up, and nothing like really ghoulish. I just kind of like attach them into some branches and stuff. But it's a cool effect because we're at the top of a hill, right? So when you are coming up the road, and then I have glow sticks we have some lights out in front, some solar lights that hang off of hooks. And about this time of year, I take them off because we usually start to get snow, although it's been warm. And then I take these as military grade orange glow sticks. They'll glow for like 24 hours. And I put one on each of those. So it's a little bit of an effect. But I mean, it's pretty modest. And I do like outlines of chalk. So like body outlines on the driveway, right? And that type of stuff, but you have a red light that I've had for years, like on top of a car, police light, and then put that in the bottom of on the floor of the garage, and then keep the garage up about 2 inches so you can see this flashing red light come out. And then we have a boombox that plays like all these scary songs, put it in the garage, and the garage is dark. So from the road, again, it looks pretty cool. But like one of my neighbors, yeah, totally. They made the paper for their, all the stuff that they're doing. And again, it's cool. And I'm just like, holy smokes, like, you win. And I'm not upping the game here any. So congratulations. But it brings people to the neighborhood too. And the thing I like, and the thing is really cool, Ron. So kids will say, I remember this house, right? And I think that's neat. And then also for parents, right? It is one of those things where your younger kids aren't going to be freaked out, and no one's running out trying to do some spooky thing. And I think also our area, and I turn up all the floods on the house and stuff. It's so well lit that it is always parents taking pictures of things, stand over there, and we carve out pumpkins and stuff like that too, put them around. But so that's a cool thing. I have a good time with it. Kids have a good time. So I would have inflatables, Mrs. Wayne, but somebody has to have their 20 trees, Ron. So you guys, yeah, actually we have our maple and those two big oaks between us and the neighbors. They took those down about 6 weeks ago. So, which is good, because if we ever had a storm, one of those was going to come down in one of our houses or both. Mike's saying we lost Grandma Ann on New Year's Eve 2021. Boy, sorry to hear that. That's sad, especially like on New Year's Eve. My grandfather was born on New Year's Eve, and he passed the day before Thanksgiving in 1993. Yeah, out hunting, deer hunting, with the guys, and as he was walking from the cabin back to the road, collapsed. So I will say this though, doing what he loved, and also very healthy, hunting, fishing, and building stuff, yard work. So, did what he loved right up until the end, right? So, but it was her time. She lived a long and wonderful life, was 98 years young. Wow, 98. Yeah. Halloween was my dad's favorite holiday for sure, Mike. Yeah. So, when my kids were little, we had so much fun, going out with them trick or treating. And now, my youngest daughter, who's middle school, will trick or treat with her friends, and they do up a big theme and stuff like that. And my oldest daughter will stay, and she and her friends give out candy. So actually, even like my wife and I, like our roles in the whole Halloween thing now, the actual Halloween night itself, we just kind of hang out, like on the porch, and my daughter and her friends set up a table in the driveway, so kids even don't have to come up to the door anymore. And so they're high school kids, right? So they kind of like doing this, and it's cool. Like it's good. I've got that new patch of grass next to the concrete, and that's coming in, and with the weather, it's coming in really well, because I know kids are going to walk over that, and I'm not going to be the guy who like tries to block off the new grass, because it's night and it's Halloween, and kids aren't. Some kids will go that way, other kids won't. They'll cut between the houses and stuff, but I'll just have to deal with it. I mean, and I'm not going to water stuff that day. But yeah, I don't, and then 1 week later, Monday, November 7th is my birthday. So guess how old Doc is? And a person who texted me, by the way, if you are serious about getting into podcasting, and let me know if you do have some interest in the mic, the Yeti, and the C920 webcam, because I really don't see a scenario where I'm going to be using either of those. Just like I have that H4n recorder, which I paid probably like $400 or $500 for, which is an awesome audio recorder, portable. But I mean, I just don't use it. It's perfect. I have a case for it, and I have that camcorder. I got that like when I start to do my podcast, maybe like probably 5-6 years ago. I got the Sony, and it's just like I never use it. So I wish like I knew someone who would use that. So age here, 54, 45, 35. Well, if we average all those together, we're probably pretty close. 51. I will be 51 November 7th. So, I thought 50, everyone tells you 50 is going to be a big number and a big epiphany type thing. And it really wasn't. Didn't have any impact. And, 40 might have, I think back to when it was 40, but 50 and 51 and no. And physically, I do more now, and I'm in better shape, but biking and the other stuff, than 20 years ago when I was in my 30s. The thing is, like, that's like you get sore though, right? Like the older you get, right? Anybody, right? Like, so after working in the yard all day or something, you get some creaks and groans and soreness and stuff. But I'm not complaining about it. It's not, but it's just part of like progressively. I'm like, oh, going down to like tie my shoes, like, "Ugh." But so yeah. Misty Mrs. Wayne saying, I knew you were going to be 51, but you definitely don't look it. Well, thank you. Yeah. Well, thanks. Sometimes thankfully I've aged well. I mean, I guess genetically and my hair, um, and my, like I said, my great grandfather had his hair till he was 96, and he died hauling ice in off of a pond. They would keep ice in winter to then in summer to have their ice box, right? And he slipped and hit his head, and so he was 96. He's pulling big chunks of ice out. Mike 45 will be 46 in February. So yeah, I think one of the things with being older, though, I do. I don't know. I mean, I like at this stage in life, uh, so we've lived here for 20 years, right? So, and career wise, I've built, stuff up and things like that. So I'm glad. I had a friend who said, when she turned 50, she's like, I, I like professionally this age and stuff more than being younger. Now, granted, like it is obviously benefits, younger and things like that, um, but yeah, I mean, I don't have any issues with like being I'm conflicted. This is Bolo. Got a movie prop, accurate stormtrooper costume, but fear Halloweening. It will be rubber blaster because Canada. Oh my goodness, yeah, I don't know. That's right. I would go with it, to be honest. I would go with it. I think it'd be cool. Uke, no new pistol for you. That blaster is definitely future tech from a long time ago. I'll be closer to the hill in December. This is Benny Ballistics. Peeking to the top of it. So, yeah. I'm with Ron Wayne. Bolo, I think you should go for it. I think people will appreciate, to be honest with you. I think people will be talking about it and they'll be like, yeah, look at the. So I would wear it. I would do it. Absolutely. I think it'd be cool. My grandfather cars, this is Mike, hair turned gray when he was younger, but also had a full head of hair. So yeah, I had a few friends who grayed up pretty early, like in their 20s. Now I have some gray, but like, I don't dye my hair or anything like that. I got, a little pepper here, but for 51, and then my hairstylist says like your hair grows like really, really fast. And my doctor was saying too, like just when we did the whole annual vitals and just the other thing, and she's like, for your age, like, if we took like 10 people, you're number one or number two, like, just for fitness people and just genetics and what happens to people over time, if they've had some illness or accident or whatever it is. And so thankfully, I am able to enjoy life, and not have, pains. And I know people have, knees. My brother had a knee replacement, I think twice. And considering how much athletics I played at a high competitive level, I'm very thankful. I mean, my back got tore up a little bit, rotator cuff and scar tissue and stuff like that. But, you just kind of get used to it, and it's not prohibitive. But so, Doc, where can I find a big clear tote? Gosh, good question. I don't know, right? I don't know. So, Bolo, how do you say coyotes? By the way, like, please tell your friends and Betting Ballistic, please share with your audience if they can sub to my channel. That would be great. Trying to build a base here. And we were up at 1,250 subscribers. Now we're down to 1,249. Trying to keep those numbers heading in the right direction. So, dang, I can't type. I meant Carl. Oh, okay. My grandfather, I was just going with it. I'm like, your grandfather, Car. Okay. Swedish, maybe? No, it's Carl. Carl's hair turned gray. So I have I have a friend who's a year younger than I am. And dude, he looks like he's well into his 60s. And it's just the way that he aged. And just not in a good way either. I would never say this to his face and call him out in public on it. I mean, because it is what it is. Like, but yeah, and one of my other friends noticed the same thing about this guy. He's like, holy smokes, dude. Like he really looks like he's 15 years older than he is. Ron saying, I just put on my Stetson and bandana. I give out candy. Yeah. You know what I do? I pull out the old firefighting turncoat. So I kept my turncoat and my helmet, and then I used to have like the respirator stuff, but that it gets a little too freaky to wear that, and then it's just hot. I mean, it's really not meant to like wear as a costume, but I do the turnout, and I do like a Dickies tan work pants I have, and at night, like no one knows, they look like turnout pants. And then boots, and I wear the gloves. I wear my welding gloves, and everyone's like, "Oh, firefighter," which is kind of true, right? But not firefighter contemporary. I'm not firefighting today, but it's the same thing. And then I have my LED flashlight, my big, like 4 battery D LED flashlight where I can shine, light up something 2 blocks away. But so yeah, it's always, and it's sometimes parents will be like, hey, like, can my kid, can I take a picture of my kid, next to you, next to the pumpkin? So yeah, sure, sounds good. So the other time I wore the turnout coat is I mean, otherwise, like, you don't wear it. Although, like, a turnout coat, I think would be kind of a good thing to wear in winter, because obviously knocking down wind and impermeable to wind, and then it's not really meant to retain heat, but by knocking down the wind, if you wore something underneath it. But anyway, I thought about that for a while, but then, like, it's kind of weird to be walking around the neighborhood in a turnout coat, like a firefighter jacket, right? So, but I had a friend who moved, and this was like 10 years ago, and it was in end of summer, and it was a day when it was just like wicked rain. And she's like, she had her brother, or like 2 brothers and like some friends and whatever, and had a big storage unit, and basically everything had to be moved out of it that day. Like the truck had been rented, and so I was like, oh God, what am I going to wear? Like, because I'm just going to be drenched like in this whole process. And boom, I brought the turnout jacket, and the temperature was right, so I wasn't like overheating with it. And I wore the turnout jacket, and it was like a baseball hat, but the turnout jacket, and also it was really good because as you're hauling stuff, right, you're not going to get marked up, and so I was the person who was kind of like outside of the storage unit that they would give stuff to, and then I would take it over and like bring it up to the person who was on the back of the truck, the loading truck. It worked out really well. So yeah. But otherwise, if you're like working on a farm or something, I would say like try to find a used turnout coat, because they'll last pretty much forever, and they're high visibility. So, Uke, the reincarnation of John Wayne. Yeah, Ron Wayne is John Wayne. Misty Mrs. Wayne. Okay, so I'm the only one in here still in my 30s. My goodness, Misty Mrs. Wayne, I thought you were in your 20s. Uke, I'm 42. So bending is 30 something in real life. Yeah, I believe 5 knee surgeries, 1 total replacement, rad 3 femur. Whoa. Hang in there, buddy. Yeah, that sounds. Does it impact you when the weather changes? My brother says, that's it, his knee, right, has become sensitive to, I don't know, barometric pressure. At least he thinks that's his perception that that happens. So close only counts for hand horseshoes and hand grenades, or hand shoes and horse grenades, one of the two. 38 and 10 months. Benny Ballistic, you're a young man. By golly, here it's young whippersnapper. It's betting ballistics. As a young whippersnapper, like, you should have a goal, and your goal should be to get all of your friends to subscribe to my channel and help me to complete that 157 watch hours. So good to have a goal here as a young man betting ballistics. So betting's actually a 7,000-year-old habit. Oh my God, that's funny. Oh my goodness. Betting. Yeah, I was told I shouldn't be able to walk by the time I'm in my late 30s. Kind of one of these things though, right? As technology and medical tech, evolves. So there's a channel. There was a high school cheerleader, Michaela Noble, and she was doing a flip at home like a year ago and fractured her vertebrae. She's paralyzed from the neck down. And otherwise, it has got some, mobility, some range, and things like that. Super wonderful attitude. Has a channel, and someone in one of my classes that made me aware, teaching, for students with disabilities and advocacy, and she's, she talks about what, and I'm sure, like, obviously there's huge challenges and things like that too, but she's decided to kind of do this journey publicly. But I'm looking at her and saying, healthy and with where technology's at, and she works hard at, her exercises and things like this, that I believe there'll be a cross, there'll be a intersection where in 20 years, or hopefully less for her, but the technology will advance and she will be, walking again, right? And having just a large levels of her dexterity and mobility restored. I just look at that and say, I think this will happen. And I'm hoping that happens, and actually I hope it happens again much sooner than 20 years. But I'm like, so that's one of those things, is we're getting into this age of, like 50 years from now, there'll be a lot of things when I think, right, body related and aging that can be medically modified, or I don't know, repaired or reset or things like that to some extent. And, now we get into these weird questions. Like I did a show once, and I had, oh God, this was early on. It was some guys in Canada, the Nerdy podcast, Nifty and Nerdy or whatever. They're great guys, but they stopped doing their show like 4 or 5 years ago. But we talked, and it was, if you could live, hypothetically, science and things change, and you could live to be 200 or 300 years old and have physically, maybe be like you're in your 40s or 50s, right? So you're going to have a pretty good quality of life, right? If you, stay mobile and things like this, right? That you could have these things engineered. Would you want that? And what would things be like, right? What would things be like if people, parts replacement and some genetics engineering to have things re-engineer and shut off the aging gene or whatever. I don't know, but I just said, no, I'm not, that wouldn't be for me. I'm not the guy they're going to freeze afterwards and, thaw me out like, so I can be on Futurama in 10,000 years. So no, it's not me, but some people, yeah, that's their thing. But I'm just trying to imagine, like, what would preparing for a career look like if you get trained and then you're 20 or 22, 24 and you live to be at 300? How does all of that look? How does and families, and like, here's my great 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 grandma, and just and I think, like, how would they stay excited in goals and your agency and purpose? I think these are big things. I won't have to worry about it in my lifetime, but I think it's, I don't think we're far from it. I would say, here, I have to change the camera. I bump myself up a little bit. I shrink as the show goes on. So I don't know. That's an interesting show to have a guest on and go through that. I tried to have on these two priests. I forget what their channel is, but they were like guys, priests, early 30s, and they were kind of trying to do this contemporary show. And it was good. But it was like how to get young people engaged in the church and religion, and what does religion mean to young people, but I contacted them and said, yeah, like, would you be interested to talk about agency and purpose? I could be a guest, or you could come on my show. And they were like, nope. So, and I think, that's kind of a deep, weird show too, once we go down that. So I don't know. But I don't think it's actually, that was something I could talk about with Megan Asui. So she goes down those kind of philosophical dives at times. I don't know. I try not to do that. It's okay once in a while, and maybe it's good, but I don't want to build a whole show around like that. And that's also somebody I would not want to hang around with. So if there was a version of me who every time, you're like, oh, Doc's here, let's hang out. And, oh, we're going to talk about, agency, purpose. That's a nice thing of this setting here. I'm kind of debating, I think the fourth monitor has value to it, but now I'm really wondering, though, do I want to go with the same size monitor I have for the others, or go with a small monitor and only have on that monitor the controls for the shows? I think that would make more sense, honestly, than to throw another big screen monitor down here, which is kind of sucks because I got rid of so many of those monitors. I just kind of gave them away. But a small monitor doesn't cost much, but that's kind of where I'm leaning is to go with a smaller, maybe like a 17-inch monitor. And so what I'm trying to do, like, if I had the monitor now that the mic has its own digital controls and the camera does, I would like to have those just exclusively up on a screen, because now I have to like take things down if I'm going to, because here's the live show, here's where the tour was, and here's like the monitor screen that's delayed a few seconds. So one of those has to come down for me to adjust things. And I would much rather have that up on a screen, and then also have like an equalizer, so I could just kind of see in real time, always keep an eye on what's happening. It's one of those things too, like if I'm ever down here and there's severe weather, I would just like to throw the weather radar up on a small standalone screen. In theory, I could put a bigger screen like in the back wall and stuff, but I just don't want to do that. And but or if I'm like watching a YouTube or I want something on in the background, like a documentary, I think what I could also do the same thing, just put it up on that screen. And I don't need a real big screen. Because I'm not going to be like doing work with that. It's a monitor screen. So anyway, that's a pretty small step. I can throw 6 monitors on this system. So that's not really a big deal. So it's Uke, but people call him Matt. Betting Ballistics, I think you should work with what you have now. Once you get monetized, buy new stuff and use it for tax write-offs. Work with what you have now. So like what? What? So the tax write-offs actually, Betting Ballistics. So I'm a professor, right? And in spring I teach from here. All of the classes at the university are remote. Plus I consult. So the studio itself, and most of my consulting is like California. So the studio, this part of the house from day one has always been this 16% of the house has always been a business and deductible, and it has its own business number, EIN number. And so yeah. So the podcasts themselves don't have any write-off capability, but the studio is a business because this is where my instruction, and then which I get paid for, right? I don't work for free at the university, but then in my consulting, and so the whole thing is a business. So this is a business expense. But there's nothing, you don't have to prorate a microphone of saying what you're doing for a podcast versus for whatever, because obviously you have to have, whether you use the microphone, for 20 hours or use it for 100, and it's also not going to cause depreciation on the microphone. Anyway, it's not an issue. No one's ever going to make a issue out of it. But, like driving a car, you can only write off the miles or whatever, but it's not that way, because this doesn't cause depreciation. Interesting, because I called my tax accountant this morning on some other stuff that I have to kind of get done by the end of the year. So, yeah. So everyone was scrambling today for I bonds. They're 9.62% for the next 6 months if you buy them today, but you're limited to $10,000 a year per person. And I had I bonds back in April that were getting 7%, 7.12, and then those now turned over to the 9%, and then in 6 months they'll get 6%. So I was ahead of the curve when I got mine. I got mine before. So, but yeah. Anyway, that's a really good deal. It really sucks that the government's like, there's a $10,000 cap on a 9% bond from the government. So like, why wouldn't you help people out to allow them to do this, especially elderly people and fixed income people who have got like 0% interest on their accounts for years, and not let them buy more I bonds. Just kind of weird thing. But so I'm very frugal when it comes to buying new stuff, unless it's kayaking and fishing. Yeah, me too. I don't buy much new. So I tell, like, the studio stuff I'm excited about, but this is the first time in 12 years I've done anything with the technology, and the fact too that I'm doing more with the university. I'm teaching an additional class, and I want to have better quality stuff. And part of it too is when I consult, I want to have better equipment. It was okay during the pandemic because everybody had a Logitech 390 headset. Like, everyone was kind of transitioning to that. So it wasn't a big deal. And people were like, well, maybe that's all that's available right now for Doc. But now I want to have something that's better quality. And also just kind of like the technology. And, but yeah, I mean, I don't like, clothes is one thing. I don't rarely buy anything new. And yeah, but this is what I wanted to do. So it's Mike. Mike is saying, taking off. Thanks, Doc. thanks for helping me figure out the mic thing, Mike. And everyone tonight, catch you later. Have a great weekend. You too, buddy. Take care, Mike. Think you got warm weather heading your way, buddy. Stay excellent, Mike. So I do all my editing and everything for YouTube off my phone, recording on one camera. It's use a GoPro Hero 8. Wow. So I don't really do much like editing for this. Although when I do my university stuff, I edit and I use Camtasia 9, which is a program that didn't cost me much. It was well under $100, and I've used that for years. And then, and this has been I had my computer custom built in 2016, but then it had the scalable components. So then in summer I had it overhauled, and we doubled the RAM, and so I'm running 5 hard drives in there, and then so I didn't have to go and get a whole new machine. I built it so it would be upgradable to a certain point. So we're doing good. Yeah, I'm down here in the studio, right? As the original paneling has probably been here 45 years. This is a basement. This is the basement of my house. I had wood flooring, a nice synthetic laminate, but it was put in here a year ago. I had carpet originally when we moved here, and the carpet just got old, stinky, and plus, like, you can move so nice with rollerblades. This chair I've had since I've been here 20 years. Yeah, that's one of the things too. So, if I wanted to do a little bit of an upgrade here on the studio, I was like, well, why not? Because I'm not spending money going out the door in other places. So yeah, I use the free version of Kine Master off Google App Store. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really pay. I haven't bought anything as a download. I bought UCam 10. I had 9, so I was able to get 10 for like 40 or $50. And I mean, that allows me to, I record some of the university stuff periodically off of that. And I don't know, it's not great. It does what I need it to do. But I don't have like a mixing board. I don't have anything else. By the way, like this desk. So if I move the camera out, I don't think you're going to see the desk, but I do have a picture though. So let me do this. By the way, I gotta show you guys. We saw this at the start. Isn't that pretty cool though? That's my show thumbnail I made. So, right. All right, here's the picture I took this afternoon of the Logitech. So take a look here. Look at this. It's Logitech Brio, and it's also Vote for Pedro. So look at this, Ron Wayne. It's Vote for Pedro. Napoleon Dynamite. All right, I have to burn a ton of pictures here onto CDs, and then I throw them on a external hard drive too. Okay, so let's look at this photo. Okay, so I want to tell you guys a story. So what the hell is going on here? All right, sorry about that. So this is the recording studio, right? So this is where I'm sitting right now. And as you can see, there's the wood floor, right? Guy did a great job on. And over here is like the laundry room and stuff over there. And the other side of this is where the furnace is and all the firewood. But so these 3 monitors I bought November of 2019. So they're good. I mean, they're 1080. They're not like 4K, but it works for me. They're good. They all the same brand Dell. So like from one monitor to another, I just move things. I use 3 monitors all the time. Like, I don't know how I would function actually if I didn't have 3 monitors. I could easily use more monitors. So I always work with multiple monitors up, but it's kind of weird. So this desk is several hundred pounds. When we had this thing empty, we put it on industrial rollers, and it still was a bitch to move. This is all metal. It still works. I still have the original keys to it. This desk was made in 46, I think. It's stamped 1946. So this was the desk for the sheriff of Marathon County, Wisconsin. When they tore down the sheriff's office in the 1980s to build a new one, they put this outside, and they were going to have it disposed of. My dad was on the county board, and he saw this, and he had his F-150 pickup truck, and he asked the workers what's going to happen with that desk, and they said, we're trashing it. It's out of here. And he said, well, I'll take it. So they loaded it onto his truck. He brought it home, and this then, I think initially it was his desk, and then he gave it to me. And then when I moved here, I had it brought down from their house, and this was this was crazy to get down here. Like this would be movers. There's no way I could move this thing. But this desk is incredibly built. So it has this massive history. Never cost us $1, and everything works good on it, and it's just a finding, and it's big. It's a 6 feet. So just as they have a visual, it's a 6 feet side to side. So it's really cool. Really cool. So anyway, that's kind of a neat story, because this desk is what, we're going on 75 years for this desk, somewhere in that range, beyond 75 years. So, and these pull out on the side, these things here, so that it's a really nice workstation. But I'll be sad eventually this desk and I part ways, if I have to we downsize or something to a old age community down the road. But so anyway, I just have a couple of lights up front, which are on right now, to give a little light on me. And then this is just here's my CPU, and then here's my arm. And of course, here's the Shure microphone. Here's the mug that the student gave me. Here's a little fire truck my daughter had when she was growing up, and had all her little Thomas the Tank things. I kept the fire engine. So this is all stuff, over time. There's Yoda, there's Ghostbusters, there's me with the fire truck, my signed baseball. So cool stuff. And to the right is, you'd go up the stairs. So, but yeah, so this is a nice area. So just a little context, kind of get to see. There's the old camera. I use the timer sometimes when I do phone calls with people, and especially when I'm billing out for it. Like, that's one thing. And I'll just say, I'm going to do a timer. So this phone call's 30 minutes, and then that's it. Or else I'll do like a count up timer, because when you're consulting, I don't really consult by the project. I consult more by the minute, by 15 minutes. And then there's minimums, stuff like that. So, I just be like, okay, there's a quick intro, and boom, now we're into things. So yeah, it's a cool desk. It's really cool. So let's see here. I'm going to make you all sign NDAs. Ron, his desk looks like yours. Toys everywhere. A birdie told me Ron got a cute toy today. Oh my goodness, Ron. Yeah. I see nothing. Hogan's Heroes. That's a nice desk, bro. I've got one very similar. I'm moving around. Yeah, this And when we brought the desk back in, I set it, I don't know if it's 16 or 14 inches from the wall. And the reason is, right, because if I need to change any of the cables, do anything in back of this, or even clean, but more or less, I can get back there. I can just walk in back, but there's no way I could move the desk. So I did put it an appropriate distance where, and actually I have 2 file cabinets on the left. There's, just 2 drawer, and I can roll them out there on wheels. So I have access easily to the back of the whole setup if I have to do anything with the wires and cleaning. That was a smart move. And then I had the dude that put in the floor cut me kind of little coaster size things to put underneath the feet here, because as this sits, I don't want it to over time imprint on the floor. So is that a wizard on your desk? Yeah, there's a wizard. There's a wizard on my desk. Yuke, right over here. There's a wizard. So the story behind the wizard, when I was in a young school administrator, year 2002, maybe, my mentor, Diane, who was great at the time, was probably in the last couple of years of her administrative career. And I remember one thing, she'd be like, there's only one first year. So like, it'll be a lot of weird stuff you'll encounter. But after that, the weirdness kind of goes away. Like you've seen it, you've experienced 1 year in school leadership. And she gave this to me and she said, you're the wizard of transition. And transition was a new thing that was coming into schools. You had to measure how kids were preparing for life after school. And that was kind of my thing because it was new when I was a new administrator. So this is the wizard of transition. So it's kind of cool. So, all right. Good night, everyone. This is Mike. I got to close up shop and get ready to head home. Got it. Appreciate you, Mike, big time. And you can tell everybody you got Blue Wrench tonight. And you can also say, hey, I was part of the group that helped Doc figure out he had the wrong microphone on. So feel good about that, buddy. Yes, be safe, Mike. I like 3-minute call max. If I can't fix it in 3 minutes, it's none of my business. So my most productive meetings, Bolo, are 20 minutes long. And people, it kind of throws them off a little bit because a lot of people are used to talking and, just whatever. And I'm like, well, you've got, we're doing this in 20 minutes and I have an agenda, usually 4 or 5 things, and people are able to get through it just fine. If you kind of like, I'm like, I gotta, we got other things to do, and so do you. And when I put in the ammo locker in my house, it took 4 and a pallet jack. Yeah, I imagine. Who was it in here who said they had so much ammo that they had a friend who had ammo in their garage and broke off the end of their concrete slab? So, which I could see happening, right? That could, with enough force and depending upon how it was situated with the PSI, that could crack and just boom, take that off. So wonder if the wizard will vote for Pedro. They're close to each other over here. They're in the same area. Yeah. Look at this. Well, if he does, then all his wildest dreams will come true. Oh my goodness, you guys. Napoleon Dynamite. I have the movie. I haven't watched it in a long time. I remember when it came out, my friend Angie was like, "God, this movie, this Napoleon Dynamite is so funny." And it was. Yeah. And I watched a documentary about the making of the movie and how super low budget it was, right? And now, it became this cult classic. And that's kind of a neat thing when these movies where they do them kind of on this real shoestring, budget and just see if it'll stick or not. But yeah, Napoleon Dynamite. It's fun. I'm like a squirrel. I lose my focus all the time. I'm surprised I didn't do it on your show, Doc. No, we covered a lot of ground, but Remember on your show, Betting Ballistics, you're going to be like, hey, there's this guy, Doc. We got to all help him out. He's 51. And as a birthday present, we want to get him monetized. He's 157 hours away, probably less. November 7th, as a birthday present, we want to get him monetized. And we also want him to have over 1,250 subscribers. So both are doable. Yeah. So, let's see here. EAA. EAA. Trying to find this. So we have the Experimental Aviation Museum in Oshkosh, which it's 2 hours away from where I live. So it's nice. There it is. Here's the homepage, and like thousands of planes fly in there every fall, and it's a big thing. So this is the site that so there's a way to get to a virtual tour on here, because I did that. It was cool, but it wasn't as good as the mine for kids. So I don't know. So virtual, let's just do virtual. And to be honest with you, virtual tour. See, like it shouldn't be this hard to find. Learn to fly, got it. Pilots, got it. Membership, no. Videos, museum. Jeez. Anyway, I don't know. If I'm going through this and I can't find it, but they had a similar thing to the Bevans Mine, where you could go in and do this virtual tour for free. But then they had the kind of pinup art that was saved off of planes, and they had a display. So when you got to that section, I don't know how kid friendly that was. It was very appropriate in the context, but I was like, whoa, that was kind of like, okay. So yeah, it's cool. I wish I could find the exhibits. So here's the stuff. I mean, this place is awesome. Click here to visit interactive virtual tour. Okay, so this is 2 hours from my house, and same kind of dealio here, right? You can go in. Oh Jesus! Look at all the directions on the bottom. Christ, I mean, this is not easy to navigate. Holy Lord. Anyway, that's pretty cool, right? So let's do this. Move up. Shit, that's not what I want to do. Move down. How about zoom in? Yeah, I guess. Can I move around though? Arrow. Cockpit view. Let's try that out. Ooh, guys, look at this. So that was pretty cool. I don't know how to get out of here. So enter full screen. Jesus. Here, exit cockpit. God, look at me learning here. Man, that's a nice floor, by the way. If I had a garage floor that looked like that, yeah, garage floor wouldn't look like that because it'd be possible to maintain. But like part of me on this whole, like, if I'm walking through here, I'm like, holy smokes, like this epoxy gloss floor is pretty awesome. So yeah, check this out. So here's an arrow. So move ahead. Yeah, I think I did a train one too, which was pretty cool. Like, this is good. I mean, what? Oh, yeah, like that's cool. So right there, cockpit view. Wow. Yeah, cool things. Oh, look at this here. Surprise attack. Check that out in the back. Can you guys, well, now, whoa. So this is the kind of stuff that would kind of ambush it, right? Like, you'd be doing a tour of this, with your kids or something. And then it's like, well, what's up with this? And I'm like, whoa, all right. So that was the stuff that was a little, this catch you off guard when you're doing the tour. So, yeah, but, yeah, anyway, so look at this. Yuke's helping me out. Yeah. So we got it. So, wow. Oh, that was you, Benning Ballistics, was talking about that. Yeah, with the ammo. That would be so disappointing, right? To snap off a corner, because you can never really also kind of fix that easily, to bring concrete back in and to level it and pour it and have to drill into the concrete and dowel it. I mean, not impossible, but it would just be a big downer. So, my concrete was poured. Wednesday will be 4 weeks. So I haven't driven on it. There really is no reason to drive on that side of the house or to put anything over there right now. But at 4 weeks, it should have 90% of its strength. So it's 6 bag. So a minimum of 4,000 PSI should have over there. So, which is all good. Made it through the tough stretch, right, of no weird freezing weather hitting. The weather's been good, but yet it has been like hot. It's been comfortable, warm. So like it's had good curing weather, good curing temperature. Because if it's too hot, right, it can cure too fast, and especially the top like quarter inch can get real scaly. If you're pouring concrete and it's 85, 90 degrees, or if it's too cold, right, you can have an issue where the water inside the concrete freezes and the concrete doesn't have enough strength to withstand that. It doesn't. So we've passed all of those like issues with, and it was so weird because not weird, but so when they poured the concrete, no leaves had fallen anywhere. And then a week later, like 25% of the leaves were down. So like if you're pouring concrete, right, and you'd have leaves coming down, oh my God, that'd be a pain in the ass. So yeah, none of that. Ooh la la. Here, one more time for Ron Wayne. Ron. So kind of see there's something else going on back here, but yeah, there's like there was a whole display of similar images in one of the rooms you'd go in on the virtual tour. And it didn't say like if you've got kids or whatever, at least on the virtual tour. So granted, like everybody today, like this is, tame stuff, right? But so Doc, I want to get you on my show sometime. I only go for an hour. Yeah, I'd be glad to. I used to do the show for 1 hour. And the reason was like the first 100 of these shows were 1 hour long, probably for the first 120. I was syndicated on the 405 Media. So you'll see the sign in back of me, the 405media.com out of Los Angeles. John Grant, it was a radio podcast station. He had big name shows on there. The Clary podcast. I got my spot at like 2 a.m. Because somebody had left and I had kind of started out, and he's like, and so I got a lot of exposure from the 405 Media. And then after the presidential election, the most recent one, right, 405 Media just kind of went away. And I don't even think the site exists anymore. So it was really a shame because there was always a blog post and there was like updates on things, and it would cut away to like news stuff. And John really had it going, but I don't know if he just kind of burned out on it or if there were politically if he was getting, some bans or hits or something too, because the show did have like a political. There were several podcasts that were very kind of politically hot. And actually, at some point, like someone contacted me and said, "Oh, you used to be on the 405. Like, it's kind of a risque thing to have that associated with you, right? Professionally, like that you were on the 405 Media, part of their network." I'm like, well, I don't know. Things change, right? I mean, you can granularly look back, but I mean, it. Yeah, my show was always what my show was, right? And I don't think the 405 was ever, but the 405 was definitely a right-leaning podcast clearinghouse. So, but yeah, I had someone who was just like shocked, who is more like in a professional podcaster consultant type area, and I'm like, well, it is what it is. I mean, and I said, yeah. So I still have the small logo of the 405 over on the right hand side, but it was good. And John Grant was great, and so, but yeah. So tomorrow's the day I'm gonna mow. I have to get my leaf blower out. Some of the neighbors' leaves on the back part of my property, but as far as like the big leaf stuff, I'm done for the year. All in the front yard, all the maples done, neighbors' maples shed, so I don't have to do anything. I'll just mow and mulch, and then in the back, I just gotta clear things out a little bit. So water my new grass. I'm contemplating putting a little more Epsom salt on it. Epsom salt with new grass. I mean, and like I wouldn't Epsom salt a big area, but I don't have like super big areas. Maybe 120 square feet total. And Epsom salt is good for new grass, for helping it to grow. Hey, it's Backwoods Mindset. Please subscribe. So Benny Ballistics, do your best sales pitch here for Backwoods Mindset to be a subscriber of the Safety Doc. Mow my lawn. Yeah, man. And I don't have a riding mower, just my push mower, but I like mowing this time of year though, not so much because I don't like the leaves, but like spring, summer, I really like, and I mow kind of like the ballpark pattern on my front lawn. And I'm always out there edging things and just really try to keep the property looking nice. I have that beautiful poured concrete curbing. The brown curbing comes around my stones. And I added like 1,000 pounds of stone, probably more than that, to kind of beef it up, my landscape stone. So I kind of find it cathartic, and, I've always liked that. I always like working out on my stuff. Don't do it, Doc. You try to get me to. It's a trap. Yeah. No, it's kind of like if, my neighbors drive by and say, hey, like, you're washing your car, like ours next. I'm like, yep, nope. But I do like detailing out, my vehicles. I so much love, summer, or ripping my bike down and cleaning everything and rebuilding my bike. On a nice day, right? 80 degrees and sunny, and you get up in the morning and, grab a coffee and you set all your stuff up on the driveway, and, and it's just nice. Oh God. I mean, I just so appreciate those days. Yeah. Let's see here. Hope everyone is doing good. We are. Look at this here. Backwoods Mindset. What do you think of this? That's taken from John Wayne's basement, part of a collection he has. So, it's good. Yeah, it's this World War II pinup art on aviation stuff. So it's part of his basement here, as you can see. So he just live streamed it tonight. Apparently he's had it for quite a while, but decided to put it online. John Wayne's basement. So my lawn is humongous. I don't even want to mow it. Wow. Yeah, I don't have a real big lawn. I have a city lawn. We are We are Who Are You backwards. Backwoods. Oh. Hey, Backwoods. Did Backwoods subscribe? Subscribe. I'm even going to do this. It's for you, Backwoods. My brother has a big basement. Wow. We have when they built this house and they put the fireplace room on, which was original when I talked to the people that had the house built, because that was always a mystery, because people would work on the house and say there was like looks like this was added on afterwards because it tied in. There's no basement. They're like, well, we changed the blueprints, but it was all done at the same time, because the stone in the front and the stone on the fireplace wall is the same and the chimney's the same. So we kind of suspected that, but we didn't understand why they didn't put a basement. They said, well, it was never part of the original plans, and we just decided the basement was big enough. But the room is 24 by 16. So like that would have been awesome if they would have put a basement underneath that, because that would be huge storage. Like that's probably where I would have just dedicated that as a fireplace room, and or like wood, and just I could add one section where I could have had the bikes and all of that stuff. So I contemplated it about 5 years ago of having that dug out and having a basement. It'd have to be block, because it exists. You couldn't put everything here is poured, and we've never had water, and it's sandy. So I mean, at least that would be pretty feasible. But and then to have that hollowed out, and then to have a block and a cinder block basement put in there. And anyway, it was all doable, but it wasn't cheap. So there wasn't a cost advantage to undertake that. It's not like the house doesn't have room for things, but I was just kind of like, so I also thought about renovating this area and taking down, there's a wall next to my office, which is a partition wall, and there's some storage, of taking that wall down and putting that, making kind of a rec room with like a, PlayStation and a big TV and a couch. But like, it just doesn't, my oldest daughter is going to be going to college in 2 years. And then it just wouldn't really make sense to do that. So, but it was kind of neat to think about it. Backwoods, how many snakes do you guys end up finding on your hike? Yikes. Yeah. A couple of weeks ago, we had snakes out like crazy here when it gets warm this time of year. Grass and pine snakes. So we went to a nature center. This guy. So that's Ron Wayne's basement right here. Not John Wayne's basement, Ron Wayne's basement. So, Benning, we had a great podcast Wednesday night. I highly recommend it. So yeah, and the blog post is up already for that. And that was up the next day. So, right here, show you over here at safetyphd.com. But here's the podcast with Benning Ballistics. So clay target leagues, and there it is in audio. Here's 2008, 30 participants on 3 teams. 2021-22, 43,000 participants, 1,400 teams, 34 states, and then how to access. So it's all up there. Look at that. It's good stuff. I had to rebuild this right side. Really pissed me off. But if anyone wants to donate and overhaul, I have GoDaddy. This is managed WordPress. So somebody built this for me. My friend Larry built this for me about like 7 years ago, and it probably needs an update. It doesn't need to be like super flashy, but I don't kind of like the black background theme anymore. And anyway, if you're like, hey, I'm really good at this stuff, Doc, and I'd like to do this for you, and let me know. That's kind of how Larry built that. Like, he's like, I'll just build this for you. And so I was like, cool. There he goes. Nice day with his wife. Backwoods mindset. Got a nice logo there. Thanks for the sub on my channel, Backwoods. Cool. Hey, Backwoods, did you also sub here? I think you did. And if so, thank you. Appreciate that. We're all family. No problem, Betting Ballistics. I love making new friends. So, wow. Yeah. So I'm still kind of, I don't know if embarrassed is the word, but the fact that I didn't have this microphone on for the first half of the show. Because I have a new webcam, my Logitech Brio. And the hell is it here? It is the Logitech Brio Business Edition. And which is awesome. It's been terrific. But when I went into this, it defaulted to the audio and it kicked out the mic, and I didn't realize it. So everyone's like saying your mic's not sounding real good. You know, it's kind of like you're inside of a tin can, and I'm like, what the hell? You're like, you know, Mike's been pretty reliable. Been listening. Like I did the show Wednesday night. I had the mic with bending, and I got done. I went into render audio, and it was perfectly level, -16, right where I had it set. Again, my Yeti was doing all kinds of crazy stuff, and this thing was boom, just dead on. And I'm like, oh God, I didn't, you know, I have a threshold here on technology. So, you know, once it gets beyond that, it's nervous time. So that microphone is awesome. So this is awesome. This microphone is new. So I've had this a couple of weeks. It's a Shure MV7. It is a beautiful mic. It has XLR and USB. I'm running the USB right now, but this mic is wonderful. Yes, actually. So Backwoods Mindset, this is a $700 upgrade in this month to the studio. So these are Audio Technica ATH MX50s. So they're like $170. This thing was like $260, and then $200 for the webcam. And I have a HyperX headset, which was about $100. But that's the first big upgrade in technology in 12 years down here in the studio. So, and I use this for other things. But I'm really, I wanted to do it all at once, and the headphones had fallen apart and they were cheap, and I couldn't replace the headphone pads, and the microphone was giving me issues. There were reasons why. And so I'm like, well, let's do it all at once. One thing I have to get though, is I need to get a light box, which is just a large diffused light that you can set up for shows and then take down. And I need it over on my right. Although like with this, I look pretty good. Like the lighting is much, much better. So, but I still might do a light box over to the right. So it sounds outstanding. Very impressed. Yeah. So go back to the first 10 minutes of the show. You would not be impressed, because here's what I did. So I was running off the Brio's, the webcam's mic, and I didn't know it because it defaulted to that because it was the new plugged in device. And everyone's like, hey, your audio's a little off today or something. I'm like, oh, damn it. Like his mic is, I got something screwed up here. But yeah, I had the wrong mic. This mic wasn't even on. I had it in front of me like I was talking, right? And it wasn't even on. So, so the feedback I was getting was coming out of the system, which sounded okay, but a little weird too to me. This is a beautiful mic though. And I watched a lot of YouTubers kind of review it, and there are, you know, some bigger channels who use this mic. So I would recommend it. And if it goes on sale, you know, and you're looking for an upgrade of a mic, jump at it. So she's a trooper. She knows how to dodge hot brass sometimes. Ron Wayne, I love it. I'll be watching. I'm deer hunting in the morning. I'll be watching in the stand. Holy smokes, you guys. Wow. That's so much backwoods. So, yes. Yeah. Here in Wisconsin, deer hunting season, not far away. Bow hunting season, not far away. So, hey, Bending ballistics. I read an article about so I was doing more research after our show about, rod and gun clubs and schools, and competitive shooting. And I came across another article that said, for Wisconsin, Wisconsin is very antiquated in allowing people with disabilities to have like companion hunts. For example, one of the rules was it has to be on private property, and the private property has to be approved and registered with the Department of Natural Resources. So this was like a recent article, and it said Wisconsin is way behind. Like there should be much more accessibility. So it wasn't the accessibility of technology and the things where you talk to somebody in a wheelchair, competitively or shooting or recreation shooting. The fact was, in Wisconsin, to do this on public land, to have somebody with you, and to have a license as a disabled hunter, I didn't the whole thing, but it made more sense like right after our show. And it was just saying there's so many hoops and it's so prohibitive. It's almost like a punishment, right? That you have a disability and someone is assisting you with a hunt, right? To get you so you can get a disabled hunter's permit. I was reading this kind of like, well, that sucks, right? That's crazy. Why these barriers? But yeah, it was this crazy thing of like, it has a private land, it has to be so many acres, and the person has to like register it, and then so anyway, I was like, that sucks. Like that's an easy fix, right? That's at a meeting. You just say like, this is bullshit. Like it's outdated. It probably didn't make any sense when it came in. I don't know what the reason was, but it doesn't make sense today. So, in the backwoods, loving Kentucky. So here's another friend we have. If I make my trip down to Kentucky, so, yes. And, I can bring my books and I can donate them to a library down there and get a partial tax write-off. No, actually, that wouldn't work. Now, if I was down at a library for an author event, that would work to some extent. But nice backwoods. If you ever make it to the West, let me know. We'll hit my range, do some crazy distances if you want. Wow, it's cool. Let me check something over here. Ooh. Yeah. All right. The Eep from Ipanema. No new reviews for my books. Dun, 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 dun. Just wondering. All right. Vortex and Bartleon Barrels has really been working a lot on changing that law. Oh, cool. Oh, they are Wisconsin-based firearms companies. That reminds me, there's a Wisconsin-based firearm company that contacted me when I was writing my book and said, we'd like to tell you about the shortages and stuff. And for some reason, I never followed up with them. They were terrific with me and things just got away. But that was like probably 2 years ago now. So I feel bad about that. I think they were located in the La Crosse area, kind of the area we're talking about with one of the forts, Fort Crawford. But yeah. So, I think that's an interesting thing when I read that article of, right, this accessibility for hunting. And then who's really, someone needs to champion that. And to me, like, that should be remedied. They should be doing everything they can to get people out in the woods and fields enjoying hunting and freedom. Yeah, backwoods, you're right. You know what, backwoods, when the pandemic started here in March and April, May of 2020, our governor closed our state parks, closed them. It was illegal to be in a state park. And if you were there, they take your picture, your license plate, fines. And I mean, it was so, state parks, right? And part of the argument was, well, we can't have, enforcement officers out there. Well, a lot of these parks, they don't have enforcement officers anyway. You just show up and there's a little metal box and you put your money in it with a thing, or else you get your stamp. But it would have made sense to just say, we're having a state park holiday for 2 months or whatever, and people get out there, socially distance and be out and get air and sunlight and things to make you well, right? And that wasn't the thing at all. It was this big threatening message, and they shut everything down and put these big signs up and gated everything off. And there are hundreds of different levels of state and county parks. Like everything was shut down. And you were told you're gonna, you'll be breaking the law if you go to these things. And then they kind of came up with this excuse afterwards of saying, well, there would have been so much like refuse, right? Like people have been throwing stuff away, and we wouldn't have been able to get the garbage out. And it's like, that's garbage. That's a garbage statement, because I don't think how would that be much different than it is now? And maybe if the garbage collection wasn't happening, if you just told people to take their stuff home or put bags there, like people would have done that for the most part, right? So, and it might have even been better than what you thought. But yeah, and this is the guy who's running for governor now. So thankfully, I mean, there's opposition. There's someone running against him. But people don't bring that up in the campaign trail, and that was really a bad move, just really uninformed. So, and really vindictive against people, right? Like Ron, I mean, you guys, it was really vindictive to say, yeah, you can't go out to a state park or these county parks. And if you do, you're breaking the law and there'll be consequences. And again, hundreds of acres, right? And people outside, that you're thinking about the logistics of people social distancing, I guess, but like, it was just such a backwards message. I didn't write about that part of it in velocity of information. I could have. There's enough examples. You don't need to. I didn't need to go with that, but that would have been an example to go and take a picture of a state park and say, park is closed, and then so the face validity disconnect there, right? Because you're told to be socially distanced not around people, right? And stuff like this. So you're kind of like, well, like this would work because, right, it's, hundreds of acres. So it's kind of weird. I didn't think about that until right now, but yeah. Betting ballistics, that awesome and very admirable. I'm a big time catfisherman. We go down to the Ohio River when we can, but I try to get my kids out, friend, every chance to get. That's cool. It's cool that you do that. Essential workers. Yeah. So I wrote about essential and non-essentials. So betting ballistics, help me out with the review, buddy, for both books, by the way. But right away, we have the chapter essential, non-essential, and it focuses on Carl Mankey, the 70-year-old barber from Ossawa, Michigan, where he was deemed non-essential and the state was padlocking the doors of his place. And then as soon as like the TV would show up in the morning, they'd be like, Carl's fighting the law and he's padlocked out. As soon as the cameras would leave, the police would unlock the doors and let him go in and cut hair. So, and Carl won. Carl defeated the state. And then but yeah, this whole essential, non-essential thing. And so that's right away. When I was crafting the book, I was like, I've got to have something that immediately everybody experienced, right? And everybody experienced 2020, but that everybody was sorted. Everybody in here, March 20th of 2020, we were all deemed essential or non-essential, every single one of us. So, what does that mean? What does it mean today? Again, I think truck drivers got treated horribly. Arizona was the only state that kept waysides open for truckers, and I think it was 4 waysides, and they were waysides that had been closed, and they reopened them. In my state, they closed all the waysides. And so this whole thing of like, oh, truckers and everyone, they can carry more load and they can drive faster and they don't have to sleep as much. And it's like, okay, but no one was dispatching a National Guard or even like opening up, state fair, county fairgrounds and stuff for trucks to be. And here's, can use showers, and here's food. I did the show with Jonathan Berger, and we were talking about that. So there's an entire show. I interviewed Jonathan Berger, and that's a great show. And he was talking about how, because I said a campaign, like a brown bag campaign, where people do a thank you to truck drivers, and you put things in there. Someone could 3D print a spork, and you throw in like an audiobook, right, on a thumb drive with some free audiobooks, right, or whatever. But we had this, and then food and laundry, right? So truckers, and but we didn't do any of that. Like nobody tried that. There wasn't a governor, there wasn't a mayor. It was just really weird. Yeah, it's disappointing that that's the way we were as a society. Not calling out any of us individually. I mean, I'm saying, isn't it weird though that we didn't have that? So, I think, and I just changed the camera, by the way. You're like, oh, something just happened. But I don't know. It really pisses me off. It really pisses me off. So, well, because we had the Healthcare Heroes parades, which I wrote about and things like that. And it's like, but we didn't have a basal decency toward truck drivers. There's a bug flying around. It's not a ghost. Anyway. Yeah, backwoods. Let me sub to your channel here. Let me do that. So hang on here. I don't know if anyone else feels the same on the essential, non-essential, and the trucker stuff, but that really it irritates me. It will always irritate me, and the other parts, people just forgot about it. So backwards, here we go. Just a second. I'm trying to here, go to channel, backwoods. Oh God, you got 5.24 thousand subscribers and a really cool show intro. Well, guess what, buddy? You just got a new subscriber. I just subscribed. You got a nice intro. Nice job, buddy. Yeah. I've updated my intro. I like it. I need to go back, and I think what I'm going to do, in addition to the photos that I have of myself on there, to give a little context, is what the hell here? No, I can't get out. Just a second. I'm going to put some clips from my here we go. There. Wow, it seemed a hell of a lot more complicated than it needed to be. But I'm going to put some clips from my shows. So now again, I'm, even though it's going to be one, here we go. My intro is 51 seconds. So I'm going to keep the 51 seconds, but I'm going to cut my I want to cut in a few clips from my shows. So yeah, Ron, thanks. I like that I put the images in, and it seems to have a good pace to it, and so yeah, I got rid of kind of the big drama music, and So it's cool. I have to look and see if I have any other pictures. I think I'd like to throw a picture of me in my bike, not the one where I'm all like working out and stuff like that, but just like um, because it's a big part of who I am is biking, and I think to give a little context there would be kind of a cool thing. So, um, but yeah, I do like my intro, and I made that myself, so I'm kind of proud of it. So I'm like, yay, that is a nice beard. Yeah, when my face is, I can't really do a beard. I've done a beard, but it goes. I look more around like basketball type features when I do a beard versus like kind of doing a little more long and stoic. Beard's not a great. It doesn't work well for me. This works well, like this stubble. This is kind of my thing. Um, but yeah, so very cool. Very cool. Yeah, now we're up to 1.25 thousand subscribers, 1,250. For years. So this show is now in its I don't know, 50 year. There's 192 like regular full episodes, right? And I had like 300 to 500 subscribers up until last year, and then it was Dark DLD and Bacon who helped bring more people to the show, and DLD was the biggest driver on that. And then we got to 1,000 subscribers. Aaron Clary helped out on that. So about a year ago, I think we got to 1,000. So now we're above that, and that's a threshold for being monetized, 1,000, and then I'm within like 187, I think, watch hours now, or maybe it was less. So being monetized will be kind of a cool thing. I think, obviously, like getting people to come on the show, the fact the show's over 1,000 subscribers, and I've been doing much more regular shows, and that's a big thing, right? Because people just don't want to go on and a show that doesn't have much legacy, and it's not going to be maintained. So Backwoods is saying, hey, I gotta get these dogs out and get to bed. So, all right, buddy. Well, appreciate you being here, and good to meet you. Subscribe. So looking forward to your channel. So hope you get a deer tomorrow. And yeah, so be safe. Cool. Good. All right. So let's do a recap of what we did. At the start of the show, we went to the Bevans Mine. We took a tour here of the Bevans Mine, and that was awesome. So it's online. It's the pinned tweet, or not the tweet. It's the pinned post. The Bevans Mine is in southern Wisconsin. It is they rediscovered it in the 70s when they were building onto a school, and so you can do this really cool virtual tour of a lead mine that's circa like 1850s, and then you can go in with a little train and stuff like that, and so you can just do a virtual tour if you want to do that, or if you have kids, right? And you're like, hey, like my 10-year-old would love to do this. Yeah, probably. And then in addition to that, oh my god, look at this. I get smaller and smaller, and I'm back. In there. So I do shrink as the show goes on. So yeah, the Bevans Mine is fun if you have a kid, or kids, right? And it's kind of a rainy day activity, and then to go on there. But if you're in southern Wisconsin, it's close to Dubuque, check it out. It's affordable, and now they do like a Halloween haunted mine, which is fun. So those types of things. And I talked about how I learned about it just through trial and error. Like, was when school went remote with my youngest daughter. It's like, what can we do for activities to, kind of keep her occupied? And that's when we did the 13 videos about what was happening around town and edited those. But then also we did some of these virtual trips, and then, like what, the whole question, like, where is this on the map? And, what would it be like if you were, there, and maybe in winter though it'd be kind of a neat thing because it's 60 degrees down there, and so you'd come up and see all the snow, but it would be kind of warmer. Why is it warmer? Because you're closer to the all these things, like, right? But and then just like navigating around, like, how do we get back from here? Like, what's in back of there? Well, there's where the train is. It's good stuff, and I shared it with other families too, and so it was kind of a cool thing. And so let's see. Thanks everybody. So I am going to wrap things up here, but thank you to everybody for being here tonight. I would like to do a show on Monday, a Halloween kind of recap, and maybe I can get some pictures of like the house setup, and to kind of give you guys a little bit of a context of what happens, and Halloween, like everybody knows Halloween, but I think that'd be fun. And then on my birthday, I'd like to do a show. And on my birthday, though, I want to change it. I want to do a open mic type show, right? So what I would do, open topic, I guess, is I would post the link to StreamYard up in the corner. And then if you want to pop in the studio and come on for a couple of minutes and talk about something, or say, hey, happy birthday, Doc. And you don't have to stay. You don't have to go. And there can be more than one person. We can have 3-4 people in here if we want. We can just talk about birthdays and memorable birthdays. That could be like the theme, right? And I think that would be a fun. You can use your avatar, right? So you don't have to, be on screen, but you'll have a little, you can be here. So that's what we're going to do on my birthday. Is once we wrap up family stuff. I mean, it's 51 and it's not a big of a thing anymore. But that night I don't want to, be writing a episode, and I'm kind of like ahead because it's then the 10th is when Legal Man comes on and we talk about citizen's arrest. So yeah, the 7th is going to be the birthday show with open visiting. Well, I don't want to say that. It sounds like visitation to our funeral. By the way, it would be cremated. I'm not having any ceremony eventually when the doc goes to the Netherlands world. But so let's just say, studio party night. Stop by and studio party night. So something like that. I don't know. I'll come up with something. But yeah, it'll be fun. So sounds great, says Ron Wayne. Look at this here. Ghost and a pumpkin. That guy there. I'd have to use my avatar. Yeah, if you want to come in, because I'll see you in the back green room here, which down below I can see as people enter, and then I can bring you in. And then there's also this private chat thing on the side. So like you could say like, hey, Doc, I'm here for like 5 minutes, and then you just want to wish you happy birthday, and I can exit you out after that, and you can exit yourself out too. But yeah, I mean, I think I've never done that as a show, and other people have, and my birthday is the one I think where I'd want to do that. So you say it's your birthday. It's also is it Mrs. Wayne's birthday, right? Or same month, or so So yeah, very cool. So our please buy this book. So $22. I don't set the price. The publisher does. It's a good book. It's a very good book. It's very well made. Also, but it's a good book. So Mr. in January. Okay. So, and leave a review. And if you're like, hey, I'm really more into audiobooks, this is your lucky day. I narrated this book, and it's available from places that sell books, right? But it's on Audible, it's on Downpour, and whatever. But if you can't get it for $10.99, hunt around, because that's the price I listed it at. Like Audible puts it up higher, but 6 hours, and professionally edited, and sound studio and stuff like that I recorded. So and then the Velocity of Information released in April. Please, I mean, this is an awesome book. 12 interviews. It's this. This is you will definitely be telling people about this, and it's one of those things it'll be so memorable. You'll be like, oh, like Juan Brown, the guy with the Orville Dam and had the plane, and like you'll know the stories. You'll be able to tell the stories, and you'll how they relate to different parts of chaos, right? So, and then this will be an audio. It's already done. An audiobook will be available April 12th. But do me a favor. Two favors. One is please post a review on Amazon. Please post a review after you've read it or listened to it. The other part is contact your local library and say, add this book to your library. Send them an email. I live here in this town, and they will add your library, or not till that they will add the book to your library. Libraries are always looking for stuff like that, but like I can't contact your library and say like, hey, I'm over here in Wisconsin and you're in Kentucky and you should have this in your library. They'll be like, do you live here? I'll be like, well, no, I went through Paducah once, but then, it'll be like, well, yeah, right. It's if someone's a resident, that's different. So literally it's just finding the email address of your library, the contact person, and you just email and say, here's the book. And copy a link off of Amazon or whatever and say, here's the book. We should have this in the library. They will buy it. Libraries are always looking like for stuff like that. And this book came out in April, so it's also new. So, when a book is to be like 3 years, it'll be like, I don't know, but like this is new, right? And they'll look and say, well, other libraries have it and stuff like that. So from that standpoint, it's really easy to get the book in your library. So Doc's birthday special is November 7th. Monday, November 7th is my birthday. It's my birthday special. And that will be, you guys can come in and say, happy birthday. So that'll be cool. Benning Ballistics merch design. Okay. Just place your order. Is it over? Jim. I can't help it. My channel is about my content, not me. Don't mind making an appearance. Oh, all right. Cool. Yeah, again, totally volunteer. So I won't call anybody out. But if you show up in the back, and bring you on board and say, welcome. So, and you don't have to stay. You don't have to hang out. 11/7, very good. Yeah, I was born 11/7. And my birth certificate says I was born at 11 minutes to 7 in the morning. So it's something like that. So 7/11, 11/7. So yeah, that's good. It's good. So all right. Well, I will take us out here, and you guys might be able so to figure out how I'm going to do that. But yes, it would be awesome when I wake up tomorrow to look at Amazon and be like, oh my God, there's a new review for Velocity of Information and for School of Airs. And it's not a 2-star from, Trinidad and Tobago with no narrative. It's a 5-star because they love the book and they believe in the doc. So has anyone looked at the website? Oh my goodness. I don't know. So good night, Benning Ballistics. Good night, Jim. Good night, Ron Wayne. Bolo, Misty, Mrs. Wayne. Backwoods Mindset, Solitude. So appreciate all you guys. And take care. And yeah, let's think ahead to Monday night. We'll do some kind of Halloween. And actually, I do have a story about a haunted cemetery and kind of some haunted things in my community, right, that make the news. And we won't talk about the fort. So, and we can kind of have a ghost showish type thing. So cool. All right. All right, everybody. And here we go.
How were the beans and chili that you had for breakfast?
They were delicious. Thank you for asking. But now I am very gassy.
I'm sorry to hear that. who let the frogs out. Phew, that stinks very bad. I have to open the window. Oh no, my cap flew off and it was sucked into the engine.
Holy smokes, the engine just cut out. We should use the Decide model to help us make the right decision.
Mayday. Mayday. I am declaring a beans and chili emergency. Please advise for landing.
Flight 019er, 2 miles northeast. Turn left at 90. Maintain 4,800 to establish an approach. Engine 5, dispatch. Pockets of fire all around.
As chaos erupts, torrents of conflicting yet urgent messages gush from media outlets. What is the magnitude of the incident, and what should people do to protect themselves? Dr. David P. Perrodin teaches you how to prevent mental burnout by observing indicators and building a robust member check network. Reporter James David Dixon of the Detroit News proclaims, the velocity of information will empower its readers. Drawing on current events, history, interviews, and scholarship, the velocity of information is an education in the way people react and adapt to change in this fast-spinning world. Never has it been more important to sift facts and stories for truth and meaning. There are teachable moments on every page. Buy The Velocity of Information, Human Thinking During Chaotic Times. Available from your favorite bookstore or online retailer.
Describe the odor. Is it like when something electrical is burning? And so on. Ridiculous, right? We don't shift the investigation to the reporter. But that's covertly what the school district thought needed to happen to prevent their investigation scrambling principals from burning out. And as this paragraph smolders, it would be prudent to consider bringing students with disabilities from the sidelines of safety and center them to active roles of detecting and reporting threats. So we had a rather difficult meeting. Upon due diligence of examining the reporting system, I informed the district representative that I could not justify modifications to the existing model, as such changes would make the system less accessible to students. Well, that was a short chit-chat. The district folks believed, or hoped, that the threat input system could be modified and maintained with fidelity. I wasn't in alignment with that hypothesis, and so I was thanked and given notice that our partnership would be over at month's end. Business is business, but in school safety, it's never as simple as that. Hi, everybody. This is the Safety Doc with a face validity check-in here on March 31st, 2020. Bellevue, Washington has started a tool to report stay-home violations. This is from the government website in Bellevue, Washington. So we're going to scroll down here to My Bellevue portal and then to report gatherings. They've made it convenient. There's a map on the right. You can drag a location over here into address, write a description, and then also include photos. This is a practice we've seen in some areas of the country, but it's going to be more prevalent. Look for it in your area, probably in the next week or two.